Oh, look at there. Yeah, looks like you can see everything. I need to plug this guy in. Turn that down. I don't know. What up, Thomas? Jeff? Got some people trickling in. I being me, it's funny. I set everything up before dinner and then cooked dinner and got ready. Then we watched second to last episode of The Punisher Season 2, which I've seen like 5 times now, but it's always awesome. And then I came out and realized I was missing a cord, a cable for something. And I thought it was in here, and I looked around and I couldn't find it, and I'd forgot to start the fire in my mad rush. So we get to start a fire. I can't really show you what I'm doing. You guys have started fires before. Man, I would love to do the 15-minute railroad spike drawing thing, but I don't have railroad spikes. It's not something I really use, so I just don't have any. It's funny, I used to have a bucket full of them, but when we moved here, I left that bucket at the old house on purpose. So I don't have that. I am going to do something, and it will not count. I'm okay with that. But, I mean, I'll do something. I just don't have a railroad spike. I might try and grab one tomorrow, and then I'll do it. But I need to, there we go. Just need a little bit of this fat wood to get my day going. And fire I'm starting, I don't typically need a lot of this. So I guess you guys can watch me light a fire while I'm out and about here in the shop. I do apologize, this was not planned at all. I usually like to have the fire going a good 20-30 minutes before I do anything else. Personally, that's just me. Let me a little bit of this fat wood going. This is how I typically start a fire, by the way. I'll use a little bit of fat wood. It varies, obviously. If I don't have kindling available, then I don't always start it like this, but usually this is what I shoot for. And because I use coke, and today I'm using some anthracite, I want a good fire going before I even try to get this stuff lit up. If you're using green coal, I think honestly what's in here right now would probably be more than enough. You can do it with a couple of sheets of, like 3 sheets of newspaper is typically all you really need. But when you're starting a coke fire, you typically want to get a good fire going. And then when you're doing an anthracite fire, you definitely want a good fire going. So I'm just going to feed this little fire. I'm just using twigs and such. I actually dropped a tree last week that was dead, and he has provided me with plenty of twigs and sticks and such. I think I'll be set, where I live, I'll be set for life. And then, yeah, I just add the small stuff and then I slowly start adding in bigger stuff. And now that the fire is where it's at, I can start bringing up the air a little bit. And I'm just going to use all of this because I broke it up. And then what's funny is I basically filled up a little paper bag with additional stuff. But I like a good strong fire going. I don't like to have to dig this out and start over. So when you're using coke and anthracite, get yourself a really good fire started. There's no reason to not, unless you're just really being exceptionally conservative. So I don't see a need for that. I don't think I'm going to need these though. But I'm not going to start it with this anthracite. I am going to start it with coke. So I'll come over here and grab myself a little bit of coke. And just like with a coal fire, I don't dump it directly on top. I know it probably looks like I did, but trust me, I did not. It's funny, today I had this I have a little light that I got when I didn't buy the light. It came with something that I bought, but it's like one of those vlogging light things. And I tried to use it to see if it would be, if it would make a difference in the video quality. And the camera wasn't even picking that light up. So the answer to that would be no. It will not enhance the quality of the videos. I got a good laugh out of it though. I didn't think it was going to work, but I think you have to be like really, it's like a little ring and it's meant for your phone to go inside of and then be right on you. All right, so I feel like that fire is going pretty good, so I'm gonna make the mistake of taking some wood over here and putting it in my I got a little paper bag that I just throw this stuff in. And then as this coke starts to get going, I will start bringing in the anthracite. I've only used the anthracite a few times, but with the electric blower, it seems fine. Get a little more juice. We'll be up and running in no time. Hey, Kevin. Bill, you like my coal shovel, do you? Do you have any 5/8 square stock? I don't know. I do not know. I think I do. I will look. We'll see. I'll look around. We'll see. We'll get this fire going. Like I said, that lower bed of coke is nice and orange right now. So it's telling me it's lit. Looking good. I'm happy with the fire so far. Usually I'll cheat, but I'm running low on green coal. So what I'll usually do is get a couple of handfuls of green coal and start my fire with that. But now that I'm running low on it, I'm being conservative with it. Nice. I've got a shovel blank around here somewhere. I've got a good coal shovel, but that was just laying in the coal bin, so I just used it. So now that appears to be going pretty strong, I'm going to start throwing in this anthracite. Like I said, from what I've seen and how I'm running my forge on an electric blower, it's fine. It's fine. However, also what I've seen is once you kill the air, it's not so fine. It dies relatively quick. I mean, like even quicker than the coke. It's kind of surprising. And it seems to take a bit longer to actually ignite than even the coke. But once it gets going, I mean, it burns plenty hot, plenty hot. It's not something I would use. I wouldn't use it regularly. Personally, I bought the one bag to play with it. I might buy a couple of more bags before, because it's seasonal too, or at least at my Tractor Supply, it's pretty seasonal. D. Baker, what's up? So Tractor Supply carries it. It's pretty seasonal. So I think what I'm going to do is go, next time I go out there, maybe this weekend, I'm going to grab, I don't know, a few bags of it. That way, just in case I run low on something, I've got a backup. Oh, it's Dustin. Hey, man, what's up? Dustin's watching from Twitch. I feel, I feel like I'm too old for Twitch, man. I don't get it. There's some stuff, and I'm trying to, because there's a couple of guys on there that do forging related streams, but it's like the culture is very different from what I'm used to. Not that that's bad or good or whatever, but I mean, it's whatever. Let me see if I've got some 5/8 stock. Square stock. I don't know that, I mean, I thought I saw some. Where did I see that? Maybe it was outside. Let me go look outside. No flashlight though, so that should be fun. Oh, you know what? Hey, I think that's 5/8 square. I do believe it is. To be honest, I would rather use the railroad spike, because I feel like what is going on the end? Apparently I started a something on this thing. I never finished it, like a steer or something. So I never actually finished it. It started looking more like a sad rabbit. But yeah, I think I will cut that off. See how far back this comes. But I feel like this is kind of cheating, to be honest, because I don't have to use tongs. Hey James, I don't have to use tongs for this, and I feel like that's a bit of an advantage. Charcoal. The problem with charcoal, though, man, is within a year I'd probably be out of trees, and I like my trees. But let me cut that silly little head thing off. There's a big old clinker sitting there. But yeah, when it comes to the 15-minute thing, I'll do it. Don't worry about that. I will definitely do it. I'll play with this, but honestly, I feel like I would have, in my opinion, I would have an exceptional advantage using that piece. Well, I guess I could do that. Let me see. I don't know if I've got tongs that will, those will work. They're cold. I got to use cold tongs now. I'm gonna put them over here to see if they'll warm up. And I apologize if I missed people. I try to, I can only see like a couple of, I haven't figured out on this restream thing if there's a way to make the chat pop out so that's the only thing I see. At least, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird, man. It's weird. And it's acting like it can't see Facebook chat, which is, that makes no sense. It's read only. Okay, so I can at least see it. Cool. So yeah, if I miss people, I apologize. Man, it really seems like my microphone is really hot all of a sudden, and it wasn't earlier. It's the only thing with this ATEM tool. I'm not impressed with the audio aspects of it, which is fine. This spring, I've got audio gear. So what I'll likely do is run everything into that and then into this machine, and then not have to worry about that damn thing. And this thing likes to forget my settings too. That's the other thing. So it's like once I come in here, see, it just got really hot again. But once I come in here, it's killing me, man. All right, how about now? Is that any better? That looks better to me on the screen. But so when I would come in here, like just like it's doing now, like it's peaking out really high, and I had put some filters and stuff on it, but it seems like I have to reset that using my computer every time, which is really annoying. Yeah, those are much better. All right, let me. Well, you know what? If I want to use tongs, I'll just cut that off below the. I'll cut it off below that little head thing, and maybe one day I'll finish that stupid thing. I don't know. Sound. You should really. I sound really low to you. Really? That's interesting. How's it sound for everybody else? Maybe Rob's just going deaf. But yeah, currently I'm running, I don't want to say mostly anthracite, but it's like an anthracite coke mix right now. This stuff, the other problem with it is it comes in sometimes in these really big chunks, and as it heats up, it starts slating off into like these little slabs, I guess, for lack of a better word. I'm going to bump this volume up one time. Let's see. I just don't like it when it peaks out, because then I can hear when I hear the playback, it sounds terrible. All right. So, fire's hot. I'm going to cut that off. I can't show you guys right now, but the other day, yesterday maybe, bleeding together, I cut a V-notch on the table of my anvil stand, and the reason for, well, you can see got the ambiance of the smoke. I cut a V-notch in my anvil stand, and that allows me to drop a piece vertical a lot easier than I had been doing before. So, like normally this would be, let me switch to the anvil cam. So normally this would be the extent of my angle. Now, I can really get in there and get that more vertical. And if I feel like it, I might cut that a little deeper. I think that's going to be fine now. And that really allows me to drop drop my tong hand down and get that piece a lot more vertical. There we go, that's hot. Almost missed. And I'm hitting way over here because I'm not standing where I should be. There we go. All right. How long? 6 inches? I mean, is that all the more? 6 inches? They always seemed like they were longer than that. Okay. Make sure that's 6. Yep. All right. So I'll cut this off, and then I'll do that thing. I'll do the thing. So I need to leave that in there for now. I'll keep this close by. I don't know if I can draw out 5/8, man. It's asking a bit much. That is asking a bit much. I'm kind of curious. That'll work. That'll work. I don't think I need this now. I want to use tongs. And for the record, this is 5/8 mild steel. Nothing fancy, nothing going on there. I was gonna forge down some 3/4 inch sucker rod round to 5/8. Oh, to be honest, I was just gonna leave it 3/4 inch round and go, but I figured why condemn myself? Ah. So the smoke is interesting. I think it kind of makes it look kind of cool. It's hard for me to really see. I gotta get closer to be able to see it. Yeah. Pretty sweet. So, along with the V-notch in my anvil stand, I put together a new a new tool rack for it because I never really cared for the old one. It was too narrow, so any handles that were bigger than like 1 3/8, they would rub and it would jam and it would just chew them up. So I made it bigger. It's much better. I've got it loaded. I took off the back lug nut thing that I was using to hold the anvil in place and put a piece of steel back there. It's a little more appropriately sized. I did some stuff. I didn't do a lot of forging though. All right, I just want to make double sure I'm not, there we go, 6 inches right there. Well, that wasn't straight cut at all earlier. Lining those up. Trying to get myself a decent cut here. Oh, that was bad. That was a bad hit. There we go. I hate cutting square stock, by the way. Okay. How much is this other end? It's 5, it's a little over 6. I'm just looking to see if I got enough to do it twice. This old man could use the practice. All right. There's that. Here's this. I'm gonna I'm gonna switch to the anvil cam real quick, just to show. This is set to 6 inches. I don't know how well you can see that, but it is set to 6 inches. Let me check my size here. And well, honestly, it should be up here, but yeah, just right on 6. So here's where it gets fun for me. I mean, really for the best support, you want those in the tongs. So I'll be breaking down just a hair over 2 inches or under 2 inches, it looks like, to start with. Once it gets a little bit bigger, I mean, I don't have to hold it back there, but that gives me the best hold on the material. But I'll probably do it more like that. We'll see. We'll see. So the first hammer strike. I'm going to set my other phone up. The one that I need to switch to, but I'm too lazy to do it. I'm going to switch to a timer. Stopwatch. And I know you said the first hammer blow, but like what I'll probably do is when I come out, I'll just hit that button. And I'm going to leave it on the anvil cam for right now. Okay, let's see where we're at with this. What did I do? Oh, here it is. Could be hotter. I'm gonna let that warm up a hair. So I will say, I've watched a couple people do this, and one of the only legit criticism I have for that is a lot of people were not coming out hot enough, and a lot of people were worried way too much about making it look pretty as they went. That's a big mistake. Come on now. There we go. So I want to get this down a little bit. Now I'm going to come over here. You notice I'm not working really hard either. I'm not going to. I am swinging a bigger hammer though. So when I get here, all right, too cold. I can't tell if my timer's going, but I'm sure you're timing. Oh. Can go back in the video. I didn't hit the time. I thought I did. That's okay. Whatever that came out to. 2 minutes. Docked me 2 minutes. I'm using a tong clip as well with these tongs. That would be another piece of advice I would offer. If you can put a tong clip on there, do. It will make things a lot easier. What am I trying to get to? As long as I can get to. I love this hammer. So I am going to try to maintain some integrity with this material because I'm going to need to use it to flip this around. Well, you know what? I won't do that because I don't think you guys can do that with a railroad spike. Is that so? Yeah, I'll just. Oh yeah, I'm sure you can keep track of the time, but just for my own, I'll take off 2 minutes, 2 minutes, not 10, 2 minutes from the initial one I missed. Well, so as far as the taper goes, I cleaned it up because my thought was I would flip it around and grab another pair of tongs and then I could work the other end. But then it occurred to me, you guys really couldn't do that with a railroad spike, so I'm not going to do that. I'll just hold on to what I've got and not burn it off. And just work it from there. There went my tong clip. Don't really need it, I guess, but I like using a tong clip when I can. Got a twist in it, but you know what? For what I'm doing, that don't matter. So I'm at 5-ish minutes at this point. I saw one guy, I forgot who that was. He measured his like midway through. I'm like, what? Why would you measure it? Worry about it when you're done. Okay, so I am running into a slight issue. Fire management. Wasn't paying attention to that. That's going to cost me time. That right there will cost me time because it's going to suck some heat out. So I'm going to paint that a little bit. That's a hex roll. Some people might know it as a unicorn roll. And the reason I'm doing this is I got a twist in here. And rather than just take the twist out, I'll leave it in, lumpy bumpy. This is not how I would approach an actual competition, by the way. 10 minutes remaining, oh no. What's the current record? How do I want to approach this? Here we go. I do want to kind of keep it straight though. All right, now that my fire is getting hotter, I can get this back in there. I was having to dive my piece. Diving is bad when you're using a coal forge. The piece should be pretty much parallel with the fire pot, you know, level with it. Otherwise, you stand a good chance of burning it off, which I'm going to check and make sure I am not doing now. All right. I'm going to kick my fire up a little bit too. $14.25. Right on. You know, and the other thing is I'm not working myself to death here. I could be. Sense of urgency. I see this more as fun. I don't really consider this my attempt. I would much rather use a railroad spike. It just feels more fair. Like, you know, I'm a big believer in removing drama from any kind of situation like that. So I'll probably go pick one up tomorrow. I thought about doing it this afternoon, but I had too much stuff to do. Too much stuff to do. That's not quite hot enough yet, but it's getting there. This is like my warm-up. How about that? This is a warm-up. Now, there is a drawing out competition that I really do like that we did down in Texas. It's not too dissimilar. I think we had 10 minutes. It might have been a 5/8 bar. I don't remember. This is not nearly as hot as I would like it to be, but I want a little bit more of this, and this will get me there. But that competition, I think, is a Jim Poor. I think he designed it, and the idea is you got to take a piece of material, I forget what the sizes are, and you get like 6 inches of it in 10 minutes, and you got to draw it down so that it either fits through a slot or a hole. And you can't knock it through. It has to fall through on its own. I want that straight. That's the only reason I'm doing it. It has to fall through on its own. I thought that was pretty cool because you have to get the material down to a certain dimension, well, that's how far you drew it out. So getting it to a certain dimension, and then it has to pass through the hole cleanly. You can't, like I said, you can't knock it through. All right, so based off of that information, I'm going to continue bringing this down, and I'm going to work on barring it up right here on the near edge of the angle. I don't know if you guys can see what's happening. Minus that scale that just landed between my thumb and my tongs. Thankfully it dropped out. All right. Where am I at? I'm at 10 minutes, so I got, what, maybe 1 or 2 more heats. Now, if here, I'm not going to do it, but if this were a serious competition to me, I would be using a straight peen hammer. Same technique, but straight peen. All right. But that would take a bit of practice, I think, to be able to, at least using the edges. That would work pretty well on the horn. But yeah, that's what I would do. How am I doing on time? 4 minutes remaining. Hell, that's like 3 heats. No, I'm kidding. I do have to pay attention to this because it's gotten pretty thin. So it will burn off quite easily if I'm not careful. I'm painting it now. This is also something else I would not actually do in a competition. I would work in sections and then move down. Work in the next section, move down. Because I don't want to have to paint the piece like I just did. But I did it, and I did it anyways. So now how many minutes do I got left? 2? 1? Easier to measure when it's straight. Clean it up to a nice even taper. Why in the hell would I do that? If the object is to see how far you can get it, cleaning it up makes no sense. But I do want it kind of straight. From that standpoint, it's just easier to measure. I don't think I did as well as I could have. I'm going to call that though for right now. And you notice this old fat guy, I was probably panting as I was swinging, but my heart rate is a little elevated. But I wasn't going ham. What a 4.5 pound hammer, I don't have to. I've done this competition before in, well, not the same one, but very similar, in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, a couple years ago. And I didn't have my hammer with me. I had to use their supplied hammer. Just reestablishing my fire. But I don't know what this is lengthwise. I'm not forging, I'm just getting a little straight there. Do I even have a measuring stick? So I'm gonna go find a measuring stick. Let me turn this fire down a bit. It's kind of funny, I think the electric blower on this thing is louder than my gas forge. There it is. Had to find my measuring stick. You guys can see that? Yeah, okay, so it's 21 1/8 from tip to end. Jennifer was the one that kicked our asses at the Johnstown drawing out competition. I mean, like, she didn't win by a little bit either, man. She won, like, I think it was a good 7 to 8 plus inches. But I used, like I said, I think they were 2-pounders. And I was swinging like a psychopath. 5/8, Jen. So it was 5/8 by 6. So I was swinging that little 2-pounder. I was swinging like a psychopath, man. It was crazy. My buddy Zach was like, dude, I don't think I've ever seen a swing a hammer that fast before. And I felt it. I was so winded after that. I was like, wow. And yeah, I don't remember where I placed, if I even placed in the top 5. I can't remember. But I remember going home. And well, I remember being so annoyed that I had to use that hammer. And then I told Brian, Brazil, I was like, man, I just did this forging competition and got smoked. I had to use their silly hammer. And he was like, well, why didn't you take your hammer? And I was like, I didn't think we were forging. He's like, always take your hammer. So I've never left my hammer at home since. But when I got home, I kind of replicated that competition on my own. I wasn't trying to, I couldn't even remember what Jennifer got to lengthwise, but I had a rough idea how far I had drawn out on mine in the amount of time that we had. So I set a timer and I just set about doing it with my 3.5 pounder. And I remember stopping once I realized I had beat my length and I still had 5 minutes left. So I was like, yeah. So I didn't see anything about the nice even taper. I don't have a problem doing that. but some of the things I've seen, I wouldn't call some of those nice even tapers. I think that, and again, I don't have a problem doing it. I can do that. I mean, just to give you an idea, I started cleaning up the end just a little bit, and then I realized what I was doing. I'll switch it to the anvil camera. I don't have a problem doing that. I probably would have lost an inch and could have cleaned it up. But here's my problem with doing the taper thing, and a nice even taper. That's very subjective. And I mean, if you were to do an actual competition, you would really need to define and spell that out, what that means and what that looks like, because I can guarantee you somebody will call foul. So I mean, this is the same reason why I would not allow this, for me, I would not consider this an official entry into that challenge, because it's not a railroad spike. And so I know somebody would call foul. They would. I know they would. That's just the way people are wired that way sometimes. It's just, you know, you can't escape that. So that's why I'm like, no, I'll just go find a railroad spike. It's not a big deal to me. In fact, I would argue that most people would want me to have to use a railroad spike, because I do not have railroad spike tongs. I have these bolt jaw tongs which will hold it. However, as you saw, I'm limited. You know, when I put that spike in here, I'm going to be limited to how much material I have available to me to draw out starting with. But you know what? I can make it work. I can make it work. Yeah, I don't know. And that's the other thing, like, so you said how you're measuring it. I wasn't clear on that. So it was 6 inches. It was 21 and an eighth, I think. 21 and an eighth. But if I go from where the true material starts and ends, or begins, where my forging starts and stops, from that point down, I'm 18 and 3/8. Now, one thing I can guarantee, if I get a hold of a railroad spike and get my official entry in, I'm going to move faster. There's no doubts about it in my mind. I don't like losing. Who does? But yeah, I can live with this. The only thing, you know, what I find interesting about these kinds of challenges, by the way, what I don't like, I have nothing that would show up as a cold shut that I can tell. They're all, I kept everything on a pretty beefy radius. What I don't like is the twist. I would want to work on that personally. So this, you know, you got me on the big screen, right on. Oh yeah. Well, have a good night, Jennifer. So yeah, this is a 6-inch 5/8. I drew it out. It's a total of 21 and an eighth, or from where my forging starts and stops, 18 and 3/8, I think is what I got. And I wasn't moving as fast as I could, and I wasn't getting after it as hard as I could. But I could. I feel like Brian's saying that. But what I like about these types of challenges isn't this. This is whatever. I can do this all day long. People that have been around me and seen me forge, they know I can draw material out. That's whatever. But what did I learn from this? That twisting, right? So that twisting, to me, that's not good, because it's telling me I'm not delivering, I'm either not holding well or I'm not delivering a square blow. And those are things that I would want to work on just in my everyday forging. And all that did, speeding up like that and not really paying attention to that so much, really just shows you it it highlights and enhances issues that you could be working on as a smith. I'm not saying that you're a terrible smith when you get twisting or whatever. My guess is most people will get it, but it's just something to think about when you go back to the anvil to do regular work. Hey, I got a lot of twisting in there. There's something, maybe I should work on that a little bit. Sorry about that. Reading. So I guess the competition is, it's not what length you start and end with, it's what you end with minus your starting length. And that will give you what you drew out. Oh, okay, so I'm at 15 and an eighth, according to my math, the calculator math. So whatever that is, and I feel like I have an advantage here, because I don't have a railhead, to be honest, unless there's something in the rules that say I have to leave that railhead in place. I would probably knock that damn thing down so I could grab the whole bar with a pair of tongs and not have to worry about that damn thing. I have no interest in making a poker or whatever out of a railroad spike. That has zero interest to me whatsoever, unless you decide to make that part of the challenge. Then you increase your working time, and then see what people can get done. And then if you want to make it really interesting, make it a fire poker with the back hook too. So you got the front poke and then the drag hook thing on it, right? Because, and why that makes that interesting is because when you start drawing out that material and you've got that heavy mass on the end of there, you've got to be very careful about how you approach that, or you're just gonna knock that thing off. So, I mean, I'm not 15 and an eighth or so. Yeah, I mean, I could live with that. I mean, it could be better. I know it could be better. I mean, just the twisting alone, it made me stop what I was doing and round that up a little bit. Which, if it was just if it's just about forging out, drawing it out as far as you can, I would not worry about something like that at all. I would never have cleaned that up. About the only thing I would do is try to keep it straight or intentionally bend it so I could get more into the fire without burning off at the end. So like I said, what I would typically do is work sections, draw those down to a fairly good, small size, and then probably bend that up out so I could keep it up out of the fire, and then go to the next section, and then just keep doing that. And then straighten it towards the end. But yeah, I would never, the twisting, I would not fix. Lumpy bumpy, I would not fix. I wouldn't worry about any of that. And it just purely drawing out. And that's kind of what I thought when you said cleaning up the taper. I was like, what? But yeah, if that would be something, yeah, I would not. To be honest, I'm actually quite surprised at how relatively even this bar is. I mean, there's a thin spot here. There's a little thin spot here. But this section here is relatively the same. This is twisted, so it's hard to tell, but right in here looks like it's relatively the same. There's a thin spot right there. And then this tapers down for whatever. So, I mean, ultimately, it would not be hard to turn this into something should I want to. So, it's funny you mentioned that, drawing it out on the power hammer. I saved this piece here. Let's see how long it is. It was a little over 6. My measuring tool. So this is that 6 3/8? 6 1/2. 6 1/2. Let's see what we can do on the power hammer. While that heats up, I'm gonna get a smoke. Put these are in my pocket, and I feel them rubbing me every time I move. I brought out my night supply. But yeah, I'm relatively happy with that result. I mean, and like I said, for me, from a forging standpoint, I always like to look at what I've done after the fact and not, I mean, I thump my chest too, but once I get done patting myself on the back for doing whatever it was that I did, I always like to try to look at it and ask myself, what could be better forging wise? Like, you know, what aspects of this could have been better? And try to think about that the next time I do it. That doesn't always happen. I try to think about it, you know, what could I have done better? How can I make this look better next time? And the other thing I always do is I ask myself, could you have been more efficient with how you did this? Is there something that you could have done to be more efficient in that approach? And then it's funny, I just watched Roy's Christ-Centered Ironworks, for those that don't know. I just watched Roy Adams do a video about one heat is lame or something like that. You know, there's no value in trying to do something in one heat. And that's true mostly. I mean, I say that, there's caveats to anything, right? But as a beginner, as a you know, just getting started smith, that is 100% completely and totally accurate. As a beginner, as a hobbyist, there is zero benefit in doing something in one heat. If you're a production shop, that's a different story. That is a different story. If you're trying to, you know, I mean, provided you're turning out good product, right? But again, those guys didn't always do that. They didn't always turn out good product quickly in one heat. But, you know, you get there eventually. You know, and yes, and it's more about the finished product and what it is that you're trying to sell. Now, if your work is good enough, you know, good enough, and you're getting it done in one heat, then, you know, kudos to you. If your work needs to be excellent, I think you owe it to yourself to not worry about how many heats it takes. I mean, you want to worry about that to a degree because you can overcook things in the forge. And, you know, at some point, if it takes you 300 heats, you're going to have some significant material loss there. Hey, before I do that, I was going to light this with my lighter, and I've got my brand new, not quite finished, stainless steel cigar lighter. So I'll just put that in the fire right quick. Let this guy get nice and toasty. I'm going to oil, while those are doing their thing, I'm going to come over here and give my hammer, well, maybe, is it coming out? There we go. Give my hammer a little lube. It likes to be juicy. I like it when it is juicy. I said those nasty things. You can take that for what you want. So I'm just hitting all the main oil points on my hammer because I haven't oiled it today. And then I always, if I skip the main oil points, I will still always make it a point to use or oil the ram on these. Like, you can miss an oil spot or whatever, you know, every few days. That's not a big deal. But what you don't want to do is not oil the ram. That is sparking, so it's plenty hot. Let's see what we can do. And I apologize, I did not set up power hammer cam, because I wasn't planning to do anything with this. But let's see. Oh yeah, I lost some material there. Let's see. Not bad for one heat. Could have been better. I lost this, and I could have kept that going, but it got out from underneath me. But I don't know. Not bad, not great. I will say, for stuff like that, the big power hammer is actually not ideal. It's not as fast. So when you get down to the smaller stuff like this, a faster machine will typically win the day there. But yeah, it's not bad. I ain't complaining. I ain't gonna complain about that. I need to get my cigar lighter going again here. I didn't feel like this got a good light. I made this out of stainless because I was getting tired of forgetting about the other one and it scaling up and then leaving little chunks of scale on the end of my cigar. I mean, I didn't notice them, but I noticed them. And that's all there is to that. Let me get a wire brush out. And I will wire this thing clean. Oh, it's just a little piece of stainless that I spiraled up. And I haven't finished the handle. I'm trying to figure out like how long I want it. And then I'll put a hook on the other end so I can hang it up next to my forge. So it's just a little piece of, I don't know what this is, 5/16 stainless. Yeah, I think it's 5/16 stainless. I'm pretty happy with that thing. It works pretty good. Let me, since I do not have a way to hang it, I'll just set it over here out of the way. So I did have an actual plan, believe it or not. Banging out that piece of 5/8 was not part of that plan. Golf club? I guess you could say it's like a golf club. I mean, it's just like a lollipop, I guess. Offset lollipop. Hey, Jack. Yeah, I guess you could say it was like an offset lollipop. I mean, so this is the one I did. Yeah, this is just mild steel. This is like, to be honest, I like this bend better, but that stainless was not playing well with me. So it got a little longer than I intended to, but I think it'll be fine. And that's just how I hang it up. But yeah, I can get this hot, and then, I mean, as you can see, I don't know how well you can see it, but see how it's chewed up on the end? I left it in the fire, forgot about it once. So I thought, well, you know, if you make that out of stainless and don't dig it in there deep, you might not do that again. But what I need to do is this anvil here, you can kind of see the rack on the back end, but you can see the hammers. Well, so the way the racks work, if those that are not familiar, let me go grab one. So the way the tool racks work for a striking anvil is, this is a bad one actually. You got a piece here, and then, you know, on the striking anvil, it's a 12 by 16 plate with a 5 by 12 by 2 inch thick striking anvil on top of that, welded to that. But on the plate, I call that a safety plate. You can call it a base plate, whatever. That plate is 12 by 16. And in each corner, 2 inches from each side on each corner, they're drilled with a 3/8 inch hole typically. And what we'll do is we'll bend this up, and I'll come over there. We'll bend something like this up, just, you know, two rounds, and then we do a drawn corner here, and then this allows us to drop this in to the striking anvil, and then we've got a tool rack. In conjunction with that, there is typically another bar that comes down. It locks around this. It serves no purpose in holding this in place, by the way, but it comes over the top of this, and then it dives down at an angle and then back up as a hook. And that it'll extend down the length of the base plate to the other end, and then there's an L, and then it drops in similarly. And then the hook gives you a place to hang your brush or whatever. But it also stands to act as a shelf for that side of the striking anvil, so things don't have a tendency to bounce off as much. They still do, depending on how you have your anvil, the striking anvil mounted. If it's got a lot of movement, things can still, you know, a guy delivers a really heavy blow, and I've seen tools come flying out. You know, it's not anything dangerous, but it happens. You're not derailing anything, dude. This is really rudimentary forging, not a big deal. This is like the only plan I really had. Like, I had no plan. This was the only plan I actually had for the night. So I am going to do it, though. And I got my hammer ready. What I really actually, well, I can draw this out to a point for the hook first before I do any measuring, but then I need to measure and figure out if I had, oh, there it is, I see it. Hang on, let me go grab my handy dandy stand. I need to get the swing out done for this thing. That'll be here in a few weeks, I hope. Then I won't need this thing anymore. Well, for over here. But I need to measure how much length do I need from the front of my rack to the back. So I marked it off. On this one, it's actually 1.5 inches. So this is why, so for all my striking anvils, by the way, this tool rack, and this was the one that was originally on this anvil. I took it off because I didn't like it. What's on here now is more standard to all of my striking anvils. So I can take this tool rack off and put it on one of my striking anvils and it will fit. This one will not. The spacing, this one's really spring loaded. I had to really get it in there. But this one will not, because the spacing isn't right. And then, like I said, it was just too narrow. So my handles were getting caught in it and it was bugging me. But normally on those, I've got two over there. I can remove any of them on my striking anvils and it will fit. That's going to be hot. I already know it's going to be hot. Yep. It's going to be hot in the spot I did not want it to be hot in. Anvil cam. So. All right, so that might be enough. I don't know. I need to make more of these. I actually bought a bunch of this material, 5/16 rebar. To make more of these, I need to look at this one. Don't want to make them all about the same, so that way everything's interchangeable. This one's not going to be interchangeable though, but it's good practice. So that's pretty close. And it looks like about 3 inches for the hook end. I'm going to use the flat side of my hammer because I don't need it to be super aggressive. All right, I think this is a good opportunity to show something real quick. We'll see. I had somebody at, I think it was at Quad State, said something about this. I can't remember if it was this year or you know, the most recent one or the year before, 2022 or 2023. I don't remember. I don't know that it matters, but he saw me working on something and he was like, I thought you Brazil guys don't like banging flats, but that's what you're doing. No, sir, I was not banging flats. And then when I am banging flats, it's usually because I am planishing. But I'll show you. When you come in, right, and I'm going to leave some lumps in here on purpose. When I come back with the flat face, I'm not just planishing, I'm taking those lumps out. That's what I'm aiming for, is the high spots. It's not banging flats at that point. I'm just cleaning it up at this point. That's what I'm doing. But when you see us, you might think that they're banging flats. Pay real close attention to the material, because likely that's not what you think you're seeing. All right, so that's fairly clean. I'm happy with that. Now I'll just round that up. So yeah, it's a lot of times it's not. You have to really pay attention. And I didn't know this for the longest time. I was just mimicking what I thought I saw. And then one day I saw it, like I was watching a video and I saw it. And it was like, it finally made sense. And I was like, oh, I see what's happening there. I see. The same with like drawing out the stem on a leaf going near and far side. What actually happens there, if you watch and you're paying attention, is they're creating a set down, but it's creating a taper in either direction, right? So it's either the taper's going that way or the taper's going that way. And then in the middle, it's created, you know, it's got a high spot in it. So a lot of times what you'll see happen is me or other folks will work to that high spot and then bring it down. And then it's rinse and repeating that process. I keep pushing this way too far. Let me do this. I'm getting like this much of the material hot. But yeah, so it's created that high spot, so that's what you're aiming for. Then you bring it down, then you do your set downs again, and then you got that high spot again. And so you're always creating that high, so you can bring it down. He said unicorn roll. God dang it, Jot. All right. Hex roll is what I call it. Hitting the diagonals on the near side here. I don't know how well you guys can actually see that. And then you just feed it in slowly but surely. Round it up. Bumpy right now. I'll take another heat just to clean it up, but it's mostly round. I will say unicorn roll, hex roll, however you wish to describe that process. I would say practice it and get familiar with it if you're going to do it, because it is far more aggressive than just going square octagon round. So you can easily exceed what you were looking for unless you've done it a few times and you kind of have an idea. So I actually tend to do it more when I'm trying to kind of get it semi-round to evaluate my taper, but I usually clean it up by hand, the old-fashioned way. And all I'm doing is cleaning this up. It's not really anything beyond that. I'm just taking the lumps and bumps out. That's all I'm doing there. I'll show you over here because I forgot to switch. But it's relatively clean. That's all I'm going for. It's a hook that's going to be hanging on the side of an anvil to hold a brush. I want it to look decent. I don't need it to look like something Roy did, because it never will. I ain't Roy, so it'll never look like something Roy did. Maybe I could get him to make me some fancy French Baroque hookery for my anvil, so I could be all like, yeah, look at mine. Don't you wish? I'm just putting a little rat tail or whatever you want to call it on the end here. I'll tell you what, my gas forge does not like these things. It eats them up. I didn't switch on purpose. Come on, really. That's all it did. So that's going to be my hook end. That will be, I don't want to quench this because it's rebar, and I've had that stuff break on me before. Let me find a not great brush to do this with. Here we go. Here's a not great brush to do this with. So, oh no, Fallout guy fell. All I'm looking for on a hook end, yeah, posh hooks for the anvil, right? Get Roy to do those for you. All I'm looking for on the hook end is that my brush will comfortably hang and there's enough material for it to do so. And mission accomplished, you know? That's what I'm looking for. So I know that if I start my bend where my forging starts and stops up here, I've got plenty of material for my hook end. And that's all I need. So that's what I'm going to do next. I will bend this. I will bend this piece, and then I will start the drawn corner on this end. And then at that point, I need to measure. I need to take a couple of measurements from on this particular anvil, because this anvil was constructed. It was not constructed in a striking anvil style, which most of my anvil stands are in. Crom willing, going forward, they all will be, but this one is not. So I need to measure and figure out what I need. So I got to figure out the bend from here, but then I'll have to figure out from where that bend starts up here determines how far it hangs below. So I'll need to figure out that measurement, and then I'll need to figure out how much length I need, which I can do right now. So I need 2 inches, or 1.5 inches actually. Let's see, so from where the hole will be, get this big guy out of the way. So from where the hole will be, I need 9 inches of material. So 9 plus, I'm just going to go ahead and say 2.5. So that's about 11.5 at that point. And then whatever the drop will be, which I guess I could have measured. Actually, I like this one over here, so yeah, this one. I like this one is 6.5. Let me check this one just to make sure I'm not losing my marbles. This one is 7, so between 6.5 and 7 would be fine. I think I'll make it 7, just 7, 7, 7, 7. It's like some kind of holy number or something, right? So, well, I was at 11.5. And then 7 for that. All right. That is not where it should be hot. And then normally I don't really think about when I'm doing these hooks, or a hook in general if I'm using a round. I don't think about the orientation of the pigtail because I can always just twist that to wherever I need it to be. And I can still kind of do that on this one, but I do try to pay attention because that's just extra work. I could be using the scar lighter to do that. What am I doing? Okay, so I need a vise. Would have been handy to have this somewhat ready. One of these days I'll have all the cameras, guys. One of these days. Not today. I'll have like vice cam, power hammer cam, Hall cam. It'll be great. Okay, that is not quite where I want that bend, so I'm going to have to readjust. No big deal. Okay. A little more heat, and I'll have that right where I want it. I bent it a little too far up, so I needed to drop it back. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. But I want these nice and sharp, And yeah, you can bend it over the anvil and you can fight that and go back and forth and never have really a good sharp bend. But if you do it in the vise, you get a nice, good, sharp bend right there. Especially if it come out hot. And probably doesn't hurt to turn this up a little bit. I got a little bit of that anthracite left. I think I'm going to dump the rest of that on my table here in a minute so I can get it used up. And then I think this year I need to seriously think about getting another load of Coke. Okay. And that is mucho better. Mucho better. Not straight though. You can see it's got a, I gotta fix that. That was from hitting it on accidental. But hey, nothing another hit can't fix. And now it are straight. However, I did exactly what I wasn't going to try to do. I gotta twist this out the other way now, but that's okay. I'll save that for later. Now, what I need to do, somebody's text messaging me. What in the world? Oh, Daniel Sutton. I'll email Dave, blah, 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 blah. I love my buds in the IBA on the board. I made a snarky comment in a form I filled out today and sent it to them. I did not get any major grief back for it. I do stuff like that at work too, and they make you do like the self-reviews, or whatever, and you got to tell them why you're so amazing. Anytime I find like weird questions that make no sense, I write paragraphs about it. I have been asked not to do that in the past. I'm going to do this. I'm going to hammer real quick. And a little bit more real quick. And that's all I'm going to do. So you're pulling this corner out. It makes it thinner, right? So it's clearly thinner than the parent stock. But it pulls that out, and then what I can do is set this back in and square this corner up. Makes for a nice corner. And you can take this further if you want. For what I'm using it for, there's no need to do that. But it does provide a lot of strength in this plane because of that meat right there, and there's a taper there. So it provides a lot of strength there. It does not, however, provide a lot of strength in this plane. So something to think about. There are times when that corner makes a lot of sense, and then there's times where you should definitely not use it. I've got a big old clinker in here, I can see it. I'm going to clean that out next. Well, I want to finish this real quick, at least the hook end. Got my hammer ready. I'm going to switch to the anvil cam so you guys can see what I'm trying to do here. See if I accomplish my task. I'm going to do this over a relatively sharp corner, but not a sharp corner. But I want it hotter than that. Come on now. And once I get this corner set, I will measure from the inside of the corner, or I'm sorry, on the outside of that corner, back, whatever that was, 18.5 inches. I'm going to double check my measurements too to make sure I haven't completely screwed the pooch there. All right, so come out, and then, like I said, a relatively sharp corner, and I'm going to set that one hit, 2 hit. 1, 2. Because I'm not trying to go crazy on this, I'm going to hit my diagonals now. All right, so it is ugly right now, and that's fine. But on a good drawn corner, this forging area that's been forged should not taper into the corner. If anything, it should exceed the line of the parent stock, right? It should never taper into that corner. If it tapers into it, you've weakened it. There's no reason, and you know, that's not, if you've done that, you've compromised the structure. For a hook, it's not a big deal. But you always want to think about that, right? Otherwise, there's no point in doing it, in my opinion. So you don't want that to taper into the corner. You want to either exceed the line that's created by the parent stock, or stay within that line. So if you exceed it, how do you fix it? This is why I don't typically take these too far. Because what you would do is draw it out some more. So here's a great example. And for this hook, it won't matter. It won't matter. But if you look right here, this corner right here exceeds that line that was established in this taper. So I would just I'll do it. I'll just draw it out and fix it. So all you got to do is you could use a cross peen to do this. I'm just going to use a power hammer, but well, I can use a cross peen. I can use this. I can use my rounding hammer. I ain't scared. Are you scared? I ain't scared. I ain't scared, you motherfuckers. So I'm going to tilt my hammer. And I'm going to draw that out. So I don't know how well you can see that, but I pulled that back out. And it's a bit thinner now. And that's okay. It'll be fine. It's holding up a brush. But the way that corner is structured, it's a taper going from the outside corner, and it tapers away from the inside corner. So from the inside corner, it's got more material, thicker, and as it gets to the outside corner, it gets thinner. So I don't want to hit this too much because I just fixed it, right? So I'm just going to baby tap it, hit my diagonals. And then make sure I didn't overdo it. And to me, to my eye, that looks pretty good. Could be better, but all right, so now, I'm not going to do it right now, but that's not the angle I would want that hook at. But I save that usually till last because the next bend has got kind of a crazy angle. It cuts back, so it'll come out this way. Well, actually it'll be, yeah, this way. So it'll come out this way, but there will be a bend up here. What did I say? 7 inches. So from here up, I'll come up 7 inches and bend it down, and then that will actually cut back. So it'll cut back underneath my anvil a little bit, and then I'll set the angle on this side to give me the angle I want to hold the brush. But now I need to think about that next bend. However, before I do that, I know I need 7 inches there, right? 7 inches there, plus 11.5 for the rest of it. So let me measure that one more time before I cut it, because then what I'm going to do is I'll cut it off to the appropriate length, because there's really no more tapers. I'll draw down one end a little bit, and I'll put a bend in there. So I got to account for some of that. I got my marking doodad. Where's my measuring stick? So let me double check my crazy measurements, because Rob is pretty bad about that. And I'm trying to be better. I'm trying to be better. Trying. So I need, from there to there, I need 9 inches. Where I got 11.5 from was, I'm giving myself from the edge, that is, I can't read the end of this ruler, but or tape measure. I'm pretty sure it's 2 inches on this side. So I need, that's actually 1.5 inches, which is what this one is. Yeah, let me double check. 1.5 inches. So 9 plus 1.5 inches would be, kids, 9 plus 1.5 inches, 10.5. Yeah. I'm going to give myself an extra inch for the bend and the material to go down. So instead of making it a half, I'm just going to make this 12. So I need 12 inches for that. So it'll come out, go down, it'll come over here, bend here, 1.5 inches. I think that's good. I think that's good. But to be safe, I'm going to cut off 13, because I tend to screw this up. So I need to cut that 13 plus 7 should be 20. So right in there. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, so I need to really, it would make the most sense to flip this around and work holding this end and then cut down here, but it's hot, so. And I don't want to quench it. And I also want this somewhat straight, and it is currently not. That's better. That's way better. Way more better. Way more better. Yeah, see, it's still not. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to give this a few minutes to cool off, and then I guess I could bend that thing around real quick. I'm going to clean out the clinker in this thing. I don't know if these are small enough. And I think I might actually flatten. I might flatten this hook a little bit. I don't know. I like that look a little bit better, I think. For this. Okay, I need to straighten this because I totally bent it. That's better. And then I think I'm going to get it a little hotter, flatten it a little bit, and then I will. Project's going good. Thomas, project's going good. I'm taking my time. I had to measure a couple times just to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. Now I'm just going to flatten this out a little bit. And that's all I'm going to do to flatten it. So kind of gave it like an oval profile. And I'm actually quite happy with how that looks. It's fairly even. It's not perfect by any stretch. It's a hook. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on a hook, but I like the corner is good. This angle is not what the angle will be when it's done. I don't set that until towards the end because then I can tweak it and figure out exactly where I want that to sit. But the next step will be on this piece is actually to let it cool down, and then I will cut it wherever I marked it up here. I will cut it, and then I can work this end because I need to put a bend and a bend on this. Well, let me think about that. Yeah, 2 bends. Right? 1, 2. Yeah, 2 bends on here, on the end of this. So, you know, I think I'm going to mark this up a little bit more. I didn't factor in the second bend. So here's the first mark. I'm just going to move it up an inch. And I can get away with this because the end that goes on, that attaches to the anvil, it goes through a hole. So I can make that longer if I need to take up whatever excess material I have. But I'm going to put this in the over here on this keg to cool down. Meanwhile, I'm going to drop this blower down and I'm going to dig out I took it out in broad daylight and scratched it. It was not very hot, didn't need to be for what I was doing. My rack is wonky. What's going on here? I need to redo this guy one of these days. There we go. Better. Where's my pokey poke? Where's the pokey poke? There it is. It's on the hook where it's supposed to be. The pokey poker. I'm going to dig out this clinker. I want to let this cool down a little second. While I do that, I'm going to grab my water, get a swig of that. But yeah, this was really, I had no real plans. I rarely ever have a plan when I come out here to forge. Every once in a while I do. It's rare. Like I said, the hook thing was really the only thing planned. I take that back. I had a secondary plan, and I was watching Roy's video earlier, and I was like, man, the threaded rod leaf thing, that sounds kind of cool. I'm going to try that. So I got a little threaded rod. It's just a small thing. But I just wanted to play with that and see what it looked like. But those were like the only real plans I had. I had no real plans outside of that. So I don't know what I'll do next. We'll see. While that's cooling down, and this is getting a little cooler, I'm letting this cool down because I like to pull the clinker out as whole as I can. And if it's too hot, it'll just break apart. And if you have a lot of weight on top, it tends to break it apart too. So let me pull some of that fuel off the top of here. That's something you gotta really, especially with Coke, I've noticed, you gotta be careful about managing your clinker, because if you let it go too long, what can happen is you pull out the actual fuel that's keeping it lit, and when you pull that clinker out, you've basically pulled out, like, a big portion of your heat source, and then your fire just dies. So try to leave a little bit in there so that I can not clinker, but fuel in there so that I can pull out. See, this thing is just kind of crumbling on me. Where is my spatula? I got a spatula. Got a spatula. No. Where the hell? I thought I had it. I thought I pulled it out. Oh, there it is. I did have it. I buried it. Yeah, I'll try to get this crap out of there and leave some fuel in there so that it doesn't kill the fire completely. We've done that a few times where we got greedy, and we let the clinker go way too long, and then when we went to clean it out, we didn't leave enough fuel on top, and then when we cleaned it out, it just killed the whole fire, and we had to start it all over again, which sucks. It sucks. So try not to do that. Don't be like Rob. There's a lot of clinker in here. This is mostly anthracite. I mean, I did put some coal or coke on top, but I'll tell you what, this anthracite, man, it creates some pretty gnarly clinker. They want a piece in the quench bucket. Just warming the quench bucket up. Don't want to run the. So let me fire this back up. Not an ideal fire by any stretch, but grab the fuel that was in there because it's still hot. It's just not, it's not cold, so it should light much quicker, much easier. And if you see this fire smoking when I come in here and grab stuff, and that's probably because this table's had coal on it. Because I mean, I've noticed the anthracite doesn't really smoke, and the coke doesn't really smoke. I mean, it'll smoke a little bit, but not like a green coal fire. But I do have some green coal on the table, so every once in a while you'll see that. You'll see a little smoke flaring up. What in the world is that? Well, it's clinker, but it's got like a piece of anthracite attached to it, so it's just going to go. It's just going to go. Yeah, I'm not over, like I said, I mean, it works, the anthracite. I'm not overly impressed with it, though. Not my thing. I will buy it because it's in season, or at least it was. They had a whole pallet of it over at Tractor Supply. Yes, I've been up to this for a couple of weeks, Leopard. Thank you for the kudos on the setup. I don't have the fancy thing like some people have that talks to me in my earbuds, because I have no earbuds in. I have to come over and read the chat like a heathen. Maybe one day, we'll see. But yeah, like I said, Tractor Supply had a whole pallet of the anthracite, and it was like, I don't know, $7, I think, and I think it's a 50-pound bag. So I might go back over there and drop a 50 and see what I can get for $50. I think we're coming close to being not in season anymore, so they might be looking to get rid of it. Might be able to just get the whole pallet on the cheap. We'll see. Because it's always good to have a backup supply of fuel. So I don't have a problem using it if I have to, but it's not. It definitely won't be my go-to fuel by any stretch. I prefer Coke, to be honest. For some things, I prefer green coal, but for like tooling, like doing hammers and stuff, I prefer to use Coke. It's just one less thing. So when if you don't know, if you're working in green coal, you're not technically, well, I see people do it all the time, but you're not supposed to be burning green coal per se. You're producing coke out of the green coal. And when you're working big tools, sometimes it's easy, especially if you're not paying attention. It's really easy to run your coke supply dry, and then you're going to have to wait to build it back up, which costs you time. What's nice about the coke is basically you just shovel it on top and go. So I really dig that. How long have you been doing the forging? Love the tools around. What do you make? So I guess I've been doing it for, well, I haven't been streaming, but I recently started that within the last few weeks. I've been forging, somebody asked about this earlier today. So oh, it was my scholarship app, that's what it was. So I've been forging approximately 5 years at this point. I started in the spring of 2019. I met Brian Brazil in the fall of 2019 and have been, I don't know, a disciple, a Brazil nut ever since. I've worked with Brian quite a bit over the last few years, last 3 years, 4 years. Particularly in the last 2 years, I've worked with Brian quite a bit. I would consider him my primary mentor. I've also taken classes with Roy Adams over at Christ-Centered Ironworks when he did classes in Goshen. I've taken classes with him. I've taken a class with Mr. Bill Corey. When he did a tong class over in Goshen, so I can say, and Bill has actually been a really good mentor too. I've learned a lot about forge welding just listening to Bill. I mean, like he didn't teach me. He was showing others, and I would just pay attention, coupled with my own information on forge welding, and then with the stuff he enhanced that knowledge with, he greatly improved my forge welding capabilities. So I credit Bill for a lot of that. But 5 years, I primarily make tools or tools to make tools. A hammer. This is a hammer that me and Ed Brazil made. This is the first hammer I ever helped actually make. Well, that's not true. This would be the number 2. But this is my everyday hammer. This is my 3.5 pound rounding hammer. And I say rounding hammer, it's got a round side and a flat side. The round side is not true round. It's more of what we would refer to as a squashed ball. This one's more round than most. And then the flat side's not truly flat. It's got a slight crown on it, at least on this one. Some are more true flat. When I say squashed ball, I think this one's probably a good example. Yeah, and it's bigger so you can really see it. I did not make this one. Ethan Hardy made this hammer. But this is the squashed ball profile. So it's a rounding hammer, but it's not truly round. A lot of people think that these are actually round, and they are not. I believe, I don't know. I believe that's actually considered a turning hammer. And then the flat face. And then the flat face is ground in a kind of like an octagon, I guess. And tilting your hammer allows you to use these edges as fullers. So it's like a cross peen and a straight peen too. That is not an efficient way to forge that type. If you need a cross peen for a lot of work, grab a cross peen. But if you just need it for a couple things, then yeah, it's an easy way to go. You don't have to switch hammers. But other tools, in fact, this is a tool I made last week, I think it was. This is a set hammer. I did not film any of this, I don't think. This is a set hammer, so it's meant to be struck with a sledgehammer. You hold it, somebody hits it with a sledge. This is a set hammer I made entirely on my power hammer. It's not perfect, but it works really well for what we want it to do. I mean, there's things about it. The not perfect, it's an aesthetic thing. It's not function. It was 2 weeks ago now. Me and my buddy Paul, we both made one of these. Other tools, tongs. I don't do a lot of quote unquote decorative work, but I'm transitioning to that a little bit because I found that I was limiting myself. Why not learn to do other things? And it's not that those things were out of my reach or capability. It just didn't have a lot of interest, or at least I thought. And then I started doing some of it, and I was like, I don't hate this as much as I thought I did. So I've been playing with that a little bit more. In fact, bending over. This is not a great example, but it got flat right there. Doing a scroll, right? So I was working on a scroll, bending it the hard way. So bending it, normally what you would do is bend it this way, and it's the quote unquote easy way. But I wanted to practice bending it the hard way. And that's how that came about. So yeah, that's my story in a nutshell, I guess you could say. I got my fire back up and running. Let me get some more fuel up there. All right. The only thing I don't like about this big stuff is it takes up so much space, and it takes it a while to break down. Once it starts breaking down, it's great though, because it kind of like, it creates these like weird little, I don't know, it's like slate. So it comes off in these like, these slate-like patterns, the way it comes apart. Come on, get on there. Oh! So, I don't know if you can see that. I'll bring it over. Try not to drop it on any cords. But see, this was a big chunk, like a big nugget. And it breaks down into this like slate-like form as it burns. So, interesting. But like I said, anthracite is not it would not be my go-to fuel source by any stretch. So it says Leopard LW. Is that for like leatherworking? Or is your initials? And thank you again for the comments on the setup. This is power hammer number 2, actually. This is a tire hammer, the Clay Spencer tire hammer. I have another one just like it, off screen that way. That is actually number 1. That was the first one I got. I use that. It's set up with a different set of dies than this one, so I can go back between them. And then over here, can you guys actually see this guy? Yeah. So over here, this is a 250-pound Murray power hammer, very similar to the Little Giant. This thing weighs about 7,000 pounds. And then next to that, I don't know if you can see it, it's off screen. Right next to that is a 25-ton Coal Iron Works press. Nice. I did leatherworking. I got into it for a minute, but I was a teenager at the time, so that would have been 30 some years ago. I think it might have started in shop class or something, I don't remember. But I remember I made a wallet, and I don't remember what happened to it, but I had that thing for a long time. Had my initials in it, I did the whole, thing and put my initials on there and had all the different patterns and stuff around it. I mean, for a 15-year-old or 16-year-old, I was actually quite proud of it. And laced it up and had, it was a bifold wallet. I wouldn't mind trying that again, but to be honest, my hobbies, I play guitar in a band as well, so that takes up a lot of time. This takes up a lot of time. And then, I got life things to do too. So I have to be careful about hobbies I pick up because I tend to get consumed by them. And this has by far been the funnest for me. But I would definitely like, especially when it gets really cold, I don't like coming out here. So something I could do in the house would be pretty fun. So I might pick up leather working stuff again at some point. So I might need to start tuning in and watching you so I figure out what the heck I'm doing. and I'd be able to forge my tools. All right, I'm gonna see if this thing has cooled down yet. Always check with the back of your hand. Don't come up and grab it like I just did. It was cool, but always check with the back of your hand. It's more sensitive. You can feel that heat, so don't ever grab. In a blacksmith shop, you should pretty much do that with everything. Always assume it's hot. So I know that that's where I want to cut this off. So I'm just going to go ahead and come over here and mark it on the edge of my anvil. There we go. That'll be fun to find on a piece of rebar, let me tell you. The taper shuffle. How do people not know the taper shuffle, Hannah? It's the the taper shuffle. I am a bigger fan, however, of the old hop and drop when it comes to striking. I wish Ryan was on, so I could egg him on a little bit. How you been, man? Are you going to come back up for Quad State? Are you gonna hang out in Brazil where it's nice and toasty and all the women are amazingly beautiful? You don't get women like that at Quad State, so I can fully understand why you wouldn't want to come back. So do you guys do, in Brazil, you do a version of Mardi Gras, right? Like it's like, but you don't call it that. It's something else. Maybe is it a different time when you do it, but it's around the same time? Because I read somewhere that it's actually Mardi Gras is actually, it was part of a bigger celebration that came from a different culture, but I don't follow that, so I don't know. I think it's a heavy Catholic thing, to be honest. I mean, it's turned into Party Central now, but you leave something in America long enough, it's going to turn into Party Central. That's just how we roll. Where the hell's my hot cut? What'd you guys do with my hot cut? Oh, I moved it, didn't I? I moved it earlier when I was measuring. Uh-huh. I'm getting old and forgetful, but dang it. All right, let's see if I can actually find that mark in this rebar. That will be fun. It should be up in here somewhere. Good Lord. Oh, rebar, you are not very helpful. I think that's it right there. Yep, that's it. Oh, that was a terrible hit. Did y'all see that? So I'm just going to mark it. I'm not going to cut it, since I spent all that time looking for it. All right. Now I got a good mark I can actually find. Yeah, I found some video on YouTube. I don't know how I came across it, but it wasn't like Mardi Gras or anything. It was just like it was like the women of Brazil at the beach or something. Good Lordy. I've been doing my life wrong all these years, let me tell you. Yeah, so you guys just call it carnival, right? Yeah. Cool. Yeah, we're going next month. We're going to in March. A bunch of us are going over to Josh's place, so that'll be fun. We'll be thinking of you. We'll be thinking of you. No need to cut all the way through. Roy, I'm talking to you. Shearing pieces off, sending them flying. Madman. You madman. That right there, by the way, is just, it's just rebar. It's 5/16 rebar. But you can make, with just this piece, if you forge the ridges off of this, or you could leave them, I guess. But if you cut that in half, you've got two pretty beefy S-hooks. But if you forge it down a little bit more, you can get easily 3 S-hooks out of that piece of rebar. So people say, oh, rebar's useless, it's junk steel. Sure, but it's an S-hook. So on this end, I don't need to really taper this. I'll switch to anvil cam here in a minute. I don't need to really taper this, but I do want to take the heavy ridges off. So I'm just going to do that real quick and straighten it while I'm here. And I really only need about 1.5 inches, 2 inches of it cleaned up. And that's it. That's all I want to do for that. My cut's fine. So here's a funny story. I used to put a taper on the ends of these, and the cut gives you a taper for the most part. You might want to dress it back. Even when you do a cut, it can upset the back end of this, but it's not a precise hole. I'm not too worried about that. But I used to put taper on this, and then Brian saw me do it one day, and he's like, why are you doing that? And I was like, oh, well, it needs to go through the hole, right? And he's like, well, but yeah, you made your hole for this to fit into. It's like, yeah. He's like, so why are you wasting your time putting a taper on it? I was like, well, I don't know. And I stopped doing it. So the one thing I know on this is I need this to, it's actually going to go this way, right? So it's going to come down, and it's going to get a bend in here at about 7 inches. So I know from right about here, it needs another bend that way. So I need to go, so this is when I need to measure things. Get this, set this over here for now because it's currently in my way. So you guys can't see it, I don't think, what I'm doing. You can kind of see it, but I need, what did I say, 7 inches from the outside corner. So I'm going to mark that. Once I figure out what I did with my chalk. Oh, I sat it over here. Sorry. Whoop. So I want 7 inches from the outside corner, which will be right there. And then I need 11.5, no, 9, that's not 9 inches. Yes, 9 inches. So from that, I need 9 right there. Hey, this is hot, by the way. And then, So that's the bend I'm going to do now. And I'll mark it better. So, right there. And this needs to go, this bend needs to go this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it and mark it here. And I did that. I did that because that mark, when I bend it, that mark will be on the inside of the corner and it won't be as noticeable. And outside of that, that's really the only reason. So now I want to get that hot. No, here's another thing you can do when you're working on stuff that's not really long, like if as long as your square can reach it, is set your distance on your square to your mark. So, oh wow, look at that. Almost right there. So that way, if you can't find it, you can just take your square up real quick and then, now I know where it's at. I don't think I can move the camera, but it's not, the vise is not in frame, but like I said, I can move the camera because this is the vise I would prefer to use for this. Oh. All right, let me see if I can get the vise in frame without, oh, you'll be able to see the press now too. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this. I'll have to move it back eventually. That way when I forget to move or to switch cameras, you'll be able to see what I'm doing at the anvil. So I'll move it back as soon as I'm done with this. So I'm going to take my square over there now. And a hammer. No, I should have a hammer over there. Let me validate that. I do not. So I will take a hammer with me. And this should be plenty hot. Yep. So, trying to find my spot. So I'll grab my square. There it is. I see it. Boom. Now, I need it to come that way. So I'm going to put it up. Well, that ain't good. I need it to be that way. There we go. Rawr. There we go. Now, I do not, for this particular bend, I do not need, did I do that right? Yeah, okay. I do not need this bend to have the drawn corner on it. It technically serves no purpose, it's just aesthetics, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Right after I fix that. Yeah. Not every day that happens, one hit. Ain't perfect, but I'll get this heating up. Maybe. There we go. And then I'll move the camera back because I won't be doing anything else at the at that vise right now. So. This way. All right, now you can kind of still see the press, but this way, you can see what I'm doing at the anvil even when I forget to switch the camera. Even though I'm way off to the side, you can still see. I'd really like a camera here, so that way when I'm here I can, because I feel like I talk to the camera more when I'm here. Like I can respond to chat messages and such. So if I could have a camera here and see it, then it's more like I'm talking to you than at you. I don't know, it just seems weird, you know? I get it. It's common, but I don't know. To me, it's weird. It's weird. It's just weird, man. So like I said, I mean, this anthracite is not, I don't know. I think it's, if it was smaller, like half the size it currently is, I would hate it less. That is so big. I mean, some of these chunks are just monsters. I mean, look at this thing. That's a chunk. And that's very typical chunk that comes out of there. So I'm going to switch to the anvil cam. Well, no, I won't, because I'm going to take this to the power hammer real quick. All right. That'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. I'm just trying to even it up right quick. And then we'll forge this down. So that's where we're at. And I'll switch to the anvil cam next. That's all we're doing. And again, this is a completely unnecessary step for this. It's aesthetics. It follows the flow of the rest of the hook. That's why I'm doing it. You could just bend it. I mean, you really can just bend it. It'll work just fine. So I do not have a hole drilled in the anvil stand for this right now, so I can't fully finish this, but this will get me relatively close. And then I'll drill that hole. I mean, hell, I might do it tonight. We'll see how I'm feeling about it. And then we can go from there. The biggest problem I have is, I think the last corded hand drill I had, I think we burnt it up. And I don't know that my cordless, well, I didn't charge the battery, so I don't think it's going to have enough juice to pull it off. All right. So, again, over a sharper corner. And where my mark is really kind of where I want that. But, get that hot again, get the other side, and that will be done. I'll leave it on anvil cam. I don't know how well. I can't really see what the camera's picking up when I'm working at the anvil. I know sometimes it's a little dark. Sometimes when it comes out hot, it's just completely overblown. I do plan to get lights at some point to help with that. I'm not had to do my lighter. But right now I do not have that. And the camera is on its lowest ISO setting that camera will do, as far as I can tell. Okay, let's get the other side. Make sure you're seated. Get those diagonals. Now this one I want 90 degrees. So I'll work on that now. So here's a good example, right? Currently, this exceeds my lines. So I can actually forge this down a little bit more if I want to. It exceeds the lines just a little bit. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to clean that up a little bit. I don't have to at this point. And again, it doesn't matter. This is purely aesthetic. But I always try to do these corners properly as if they were to be used, right? It's just a good practice. And I'm not going to get it screeching hot. So. That's all I need there. Okay. I think that's good. I'm just going to square it up now. And I do want this close to 90. I might have to tweak it out of 90 to make it go into the hole. That's all dependent on how accurate my measurements were. But I don't mind that. I do want a little gap. But hopefully that will not be. So I'm going to take it a little bit past 90. And then I'll get a square, because I don't really have a good square, there it is, square section on my anvil. It's not a traditional, I got, all right. So I just want, so I need to go out a little bit. Not a big deal. Need to go one more of those, I think. Another hit. That's pretty good. This is, there we go. That looks better. So, at this point, you won't be able to really see this. At this point, this is essentially where this is going to go. I missed my mark a little bit, apparently. Not a big deal. I'll just move it up. But on the edge of the anvil here, I don't mind there being a gap. I just want a small gap. What's nice about the gap is you can hang files from there as long as they have handles on them. So the next step is going to be, well, okay, one, is this flat, and is my hook is aimed down correctly, so I'm good there. And then I need this to come in. Actually can come in quite a bit. Depends on where I decide to put this, right? But I'm thinking right in there. So I'll take 1.5 inches measurement from the inside corner this time, because that was the spacing for my hole. So what I'll do is I'll come over here, get myself a ruler up here. I don't have a marking doodad. I don't think. I keep putting it back. What is going on? What in the world? Okay, let's try that again. So there. Oh. So my next bend needs to go, well, not there, Dodo. It needs to go 1.5 inches from the inside corner. So the next bend needs to go there. So I have, in this particular case, I have a lot of excess material. I gave myself room for error. So my mark, well, you can't see it on this side. Let's see, I'll try to. My mark is right in here. So you still can't really see that, but 1.5 inches from here up, this will need to be bent down. So I have all of this that would technically drive into the hole. I don't need all that, but what I'll do is I'll leave it for now, and then I'll probably cut this off. It'll be a little easier. It's not really easy one way or the other. I'll leave this. Once I'm ready, I'll do the bend to validate that this is gonna seat where I want it, and then this bend over here will be one of the last bends, real bends. This angle still needs to be set, but what will happen is when I'm ready for this, and I have this bent, right, I will put this piece, it will go down into the hole, and then I will mark where this bend needs to go. And then what I like to do is I'll get it started, and it's going to have a drawn corner on it as well. So I'll bend it and then work on that, and it'll essentially be the same. It'll be like a 90 for the most part. But what will happen is then when I'm ready, I will get this hot, bring it out, and I will set it in the mounting hole, and then I will drop it onto the rack, and then I will continue that bend around so that it's almost spring-loaded. That way it's nice and tight and secure. And honestly, you can fudge that too. If you make it a wee bit shorter than it needs to be, that will do it too. You don't want it too much though, because what will happen is it'll torque your rack and make it not right. But you want it tight enough that it hangs on there good. But this is essentially all you need. I mean, I need one more bend here going down, and then once that's done, it's just trimming the excess off and then dropping it in the hole and doing this bend. This bend will be tricky in terms of holding it, but outside of that, it's the same as everything else. So now I gotta let this one cool down. So I'll put this over here so I don't have to bend over to pick it back up unless it falls down. So while I wait for that to cool down, I will do something else. This is looking like a fire, I guess. I'm sure it needs to be cleaned again. So if you missed out on earlier's, when I started out the stream, I fudged the railroad spike challenge, even though I didn't actually have a railroad spike. I did have a piece of 5/8 inch square bar, and I drew it out as far as I could within, was it 15 minutes? And I got to, what was it? 15 and an eighth, I think. So I drew this out 15 and an eighth inches in 15 minutes. Not great, in my opinion. Not great. I think I can do better. But I wasn't disappointed in myself either. But I think I can do better. And I didn't have to worry about the head of the railroad spike. So this isn't technically my entry into that challenge. This was just me playing around. But I'll see if I can get a spike tomorrow. I don't have any, oddly enough. I don't work with them. But I will do that tomorrow. I'm sure Kurt's got one, or one of the guys. Half those guys that come to Kurt's probably have one in the back seat of their car. So I'll see if I can get a couple from those guys to play with. And then I will do, if I don't stream it, I will at least video it, uncut, 15-minute, you know. Might even put my phone in the shot so you can see that or something. I don't know. We'll see. Meanwhile, I wanted to do a leaf using threaded rod. I saw Roy Adams do this today. I am going to grind it though. Hang on a second. Let me mute this. Okay, there we go. I'm back. All right, so I just ground the square off, put a bevel on there, and then I'm going to make a really tiny leaf out of this thing, because it's going to be a tiny leaf, because this is only like 3/8 inch threaded, all thread, and it's bent, so I don't mind using it. I don't think I have anything in here that I would use 3/8 all thread on anyways. And if I have to go get more, it's like what, $5, $10, whatever. Worst case scenario, I have to thread it myself on the lathe. Oh, boohoo! Gives me something to play with. So this bar is, we're not going to talk about that. Let's just say, one thing you should definitely not do is forge galvanized material. It off gases a very not pleasant gas. I'm in a semi-open space, so I'm comfortable with doing this. It is galvanized. I can see it smoking. So don't do as I do. Okay. I'll stand over here with my filter in, and then I'll switch to animal cam next. Okay, let's see. Don't know if anybody's still around. I'm going to check real quick. It says, I can't read it, 2, 3, none. Interesting. So there's like whole 5 people. Right on. Right on. All right, getting there. All righty. Let me tell you, it's a good cigar. And I forgot to switch the anvil cam, so I'll do that next time. All right. I think this is about, oh yeah. Okay. Gonna round that up and then I'll leaf it. I will leaf it. I want to make it a leaf. And I forgot to switch the anvil cam again. All right. Now, leafy time. I switched it that time. I switched it. that time. It's really small now, so I'm trying not to, I'm doing my best not to burn it off. But I want it hot. I didn't put a sharp point on the end of this either, which I could have, I guess, but actually, let me. All right. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I dig it. It ain't truly that. Let me do one more heat though. It ain't pretty by any stretch. I mean, I could have formed that end better. I wanted to see it. I saw it kind of in Roy's video, but I was watching it on my phone, so it was hard to really see. I'll probably watch that on the TV later this week. All right. I'm really trying not to forge those marks out, but I want to get this out more. All right, now I need to clean this up. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I like that. I dig it. And the leaf isn't great, but I mean the look on the end. I feel like he might have mentioned that at one point when we did a class, but yeah, you see the little ridges. I was trying to get a center ridge. They did a great job. Because I was really trying to avoid smashing those out, but I mean, the more I look at it, I don't think that would be a problem. So that's something I might play with. I might find some. I know I've got some really, really mangled 5/8 all thread around here somewhere. I think that'd make a pretty cool leaf. Actually, well, let me finish this. Let me get this off of here, and then I'll finish this on. I think it's over here. Yeah. I think these are it. Oh yeah. No, those are straight as an arrow. Oh, I found it. I found it. I found it. Yeah. 1,200 pounds free swinging on the end of a trailer or a set of forks will easily bend a piece of 5/8. Like, easily. Ask me how I know. So I want to take this down a little bit more so I can scroll it up. That's gonna be poopy, but we'll see. I say poopy because I'm pretty sure I just folded it over on itself. I'm gonna switch to the other camera though. Make a fast Russian rose. I've already done that. She's already seen that. She's already seen that. So you know what's funny is I thought Valentine's Day was tomorrow, and then when I got online this morning, I just started seeing it everywhere, and I was like, "Is that today?" I was like, "Oh shit, it is." All right. So I took that down pretty thin. And now I'll get it hot again. At this point, I got to be really careful with it in terms of heat and be very easy to burn that off. I don't need a hammer in the way right now. I'll just throw that on the big shelf. And then I will come over here. And if I run out of heat, which I likely will, we'll see. There we go. I'll just scroll that right up, bring this off. Oh. Set this over here out of the way. You get a nice little, you can kind of see it. There we go. I know it's dark. I'll switch. So, well, might be easier to see it against my shirt. There we go. Easy peasy. That's not even the greatest one. It's not terrible, but I've done better. I've gotten them a couple of rolls on there before. And then do some forge welding to attach the leaf to the stem to the Russian rose that I'm not going to do. Yeah, I could see that. I wouldn't use this one. But like just in terms of testing and trying something, I mean, I would consider that mostly a success. I do not care for the shape of the leaf. That was just me playing around. Preform could have been better. This side clearly could have been pulled over more. I was really concerned with that on the ends, right? That's the serrations. So that was a piece of all thread, 3/8 all thread. I think it's kind of cool. That is a nifty little trick. I'll definitely keep that in mind going forward when I need to do something like that. And I might even go so far as to do it the way Roy does it on the horn, because that does produce a slightly different shape, and I think gives it that nice, almost like a spade kind of a shape. You know, that big, nice fat bottom. I like that. I think it looks cool. That too is galvanized. So what you should do before you try to forge this is get the galvanization off. And the easiest way I have found to do that is throw it in a bucket of vinegar, which I have right over here. So I'm not gonna use it tonight, but I will just throw those pieces in there and let it eat that galvanization off. Muriatic acid will do it too. Do that outside though, especially with muriatic acid, because those fumes are very toxic. So you don't want to be huffing that stuff. Not good for the system. In fact, I forget what they call it. Is it zinc poisoning? Anyways, those fumes can kill you, and a blacksmith actually did die from that many years ago. I say that, A known blacksmith died from it several years ago. I'm sure many do, you know. I wouldn't be surprised to hear that 1 or 2 die from it a year from being stupid. Do it in a wide open space, heavily, with a lot of ventilation, a lot of air movement. Better yet, take it outside and do it. If you're going to do that, take it outside and do that, or throw it in a burn barrel. That's another way you can do it. If you got a burn barrel, if you burning trash, throw it in a burn barrel, walk away, it'll burn off. But yeah, don't be huffing that stuff. It will kill you. It will. I'm telling you. I'm going to light this smoke. I'm going to see. It's 11 o'clock. And I have not technically done poo-poo. I've done poop-all in 3 hours. So, I guess I should continue doing poop-all. Ooh, I know what I'll do. I will get a nice sip of water. Very nice. One thing I have noticed about the anthracite that I do like, very, very low on dust. Like my Coke is just chock full of dust. Green coal, dust city a lot of times. But the anthracite, I've not noticed really any dust in the bag. I'm going to get my cigar lighter going. Maybe that's what I'll do next. I'll finish the cigar lighter. I just need to figure out how long I want the handle. I'll just make it the same size as the other one. I don't know what this was. Very nice. All right, that is from the bend, or the top of the doodad, 12 inches. Okay. Easy peasy. Kind of need something to mark with. I don't have something handy. I use a Sharpie. How about that? How about that? 12 inches. So I will mark off 14. So I can put a little hook on the end. Wombat Tom, what's up, man? I'm going to need a pair of tongs for this, it looks like. I think these are 1/4 inch. Yeah. That'll do it. Ain't great, but it'll do it. Yeah, Thomas, as far as like the welding it to a flower and everything, I did a sculpture similar to that. It's in the house. So I don't want to. The next thing, I don't know. I want to make her something for her birthday. And I'm thinking it'd be kind of cool to forge a picture frame, but it's not going to be for picture. I mean, it will be pictures, but it's going to be a digital, one of those digital picture frame things. And then what I'll do is I'll make a frame for that and then mount it in there somehow. Is what I'm thinking. I think it'd be kind of cool. And I think I'll make it out of probably 1/2 inch square bar and I'm going to use it for practice doing the upset square corners for the Urbana curriculum. So I figured it'll just be a smaller frame for that. Same basic idea though. Let me see. I need a cutter. There it is. Still sharp. That's good. Yeah, I just realized I have no idea. I burnt the Sharpie mark off. So, back to the measuring board. It said about 14, I think. Yeah. All right, got a good mark there. Now I should be able to find that. I don't know. There is a tag on the end of this thing, but I couldn't really read it. So I don't know what grade, per se, the stainless is. I've been forging for about 5 years. Started in the spring of 2019. And Brian Brazil has been my primary mentor. I've learned through other people, but classes is really how I learned. Once you have some fundamentals down and some basics down, it's easier to watch videos and understand what's happening. But really, until you have some of that down, I think your videos can be very deceiving. I didn't mean to do that. Stainless. I'm blaming the stainless. I'll switch to anvil cam after this. I'm gonna put this down somewhere where I know where it's at, because it is stainless and could make some cool stuff with that. Oh, yeah, I just saw, speaking of the sculptures and such, this is a leaf I did. I never cut it off. I need to. But yeah, as far as learning how to forge or whatever, Brian Brazil was my primary teacher. Roy Adams from Christ-Centered Ironworks, I've learned some stuff from him. But my forging style, if you want to call it that, is primarily Brian Brazil based, influenced, taught, learned. There we go, that'll work. It's not really the appropriate size tongs, but they'll do. They will do. But anyways, before I switch to anvil cam, this has been sitting in a bucket. This is one of the leaves I did for this sculpture. I just didn't end up using it. Oh, like way off camera. I did not end up using it. I don't remember why. So I saved it for another one, and I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet. So I'll put that over there where it should be with some of the others, and I'll cut it off and add it to I got like a little can that I throw those in as I do them. And as far as like forging, I typically forge tools like hammers, tools to make tools, tools to make hammers, things like that is typically what I work on, though I've been branching out and working on other little things. So, what I've learned about the stainless is heat is your friend. That's always the case, but the right amount of heat can definitely aid you in a lot of things. And in certain material, it can definitely be a downfall. Like bronze, you wouldn't want to get bronze. Well, bronze won't. You wouldn't get it this hot; it would melt. But dull red seems to be pretty good. I need to draw this out, so I'm going to come about there. Hey, I'm cheating. So in that particular instance, the side I really forged down, that's about all as far as I'm going to take that, and then I'll just work on the end and then draw that out more. And that should be more than enough material to get the hook that I want. We'll see. We'll see. I'm making it up as I go. I didn't like draw this out. Shooting from the hip, baby. Shooting from the hip. Unfortunately, I'm not one of those sharpshooters, so sometimes shooting from the hip doesn't always work for me. I get really bored, though, trying to plan things out. That's just not that fun. Sometimes it is. I planned out a sign that Paul and I worked on last year, about this time, actually. And well, might have been November, now that I think about it. I don't remember when, but anyways. I started to plan that sign, and I think the only thing about that sign that got done was the dimensions. Everything else went by the wayside. It's twisting, and it's because it's moving in these tongs. These tongs aren't really fitted for this, but it's what I got handy, so it'll do. It'll work. It'll work. It would work a lot better if they didn't twist, though. So I'm going to come back here and see if I can straighten that out a little bit. That's better. That is Bator. I feel like the camera, I feel like it could be moved this way, a hair. I'm gonna try that. Actually, I'm gonna try this too. Whoop. Up a little higher. There we go. And then, oh, wrong way. Wrong way. A little more centered. What do you guys think? That better? How long would it take? If I weren't talking and I had the appropriate size tongs, this particular project, I don't know, 20 minutes maybe. So I'm just going to clean this end up. And then I'll work on the next chunk. And then the next chunk. And this is stainless, so it's way tougher to move. Not that it's hard, but it's a lot tougher to move than like regular mild steel that you would use for most any non tool steel needed, thing. Like this doesn't need to be made out of stainless. I just had it and I thought it'd be cool. It's a cigar lighter. Now I need to clean this side up. There we go. And then finish that nub. So what I'm doing is I'm cleaning up the back end of this because I don't really need to, other than rounding it up, I don't need to forge that anymore. So I'm just going to clean it up and move on to the end where I want to forge that down quite a bit more. So I want at least a 1-inch hook end. So if you were doing a hoop, right, or a circle, if you were forging this into a circle, you would need, what, 3.14 inches, right, to do that, or thereabouts. I don't quite need all of that, though, because I'm not doing a full circle. But I'm going to give myself the room. Yeah, this fire is in dire need of cleaning. Oh my goodness, yeah. I guess it's like the black hole underneath the top of this coal. All right. Twisting inside these tongs is not making this easier. I want to see if I can find something better. Actually, I have an idea. That might not be a good idea. That bar is hot. Put a glove on and see what happens. Well, I'm going to leave it on anvil cam for right now. So when I burn myself, you guys can watch and laugh. Oh yeah, that is toasty. It's not so bad if you don't think about it. Okay, so I have a thin spot right here I need to deal with. Not bad here. But I use what I call a forge mop. It's wet. And if you keep it on the top of your material as you're heating it up, it helps that heat, or it helps prevent that heat from traveling down the bar. But I was using tongs, so I didn't think about it earlier. But I found these tongs were just not holding it well. Every time, if I wasn't dead on square, it would twist it, and then that was creating a rhombus, and then I was having to fix it, and it was just getting annoying. Yeah, this fire is in dire need. Oh, I see what it is. It was a bad, it wasn't, I mean, it was technically a thin spot, but what it really was there was a hammer mark right in there. You guys couldn't see it. I could barely see it, so you wouldn't have saw it in the camera anyway, so. Let me deal with this fire real quick, because this is no bueno. This thing it's like 90% clinker down in there, I think. This might be the end, boys. I gotta get this out of there. It's just, I mean, look at that. I mean, it's just coming out black. It's not even hot. All right. You can hear the difference just from the blower. I mean, man, that was a lot of clinker in there. I mean, there's still a lot of clinker in there. I wouldn't, normally what I would do is, I would let it cool down, give it about 5 minutes to cool down, and then scrape away the top, and then pull the clinker out in as one big piece as I can, and then go. But what I found with this anthracite is, it just has a tendency to die out in that process. So, see if this bar is okay. Let me get this back in here. Put my mop a little bit in the water, and then cool it off. Keep it cool so I can hold it. I'd much rather hold something if I can than use tongs. That's just me. But when you have a pair of tongs that fit appropriately, they're really nice to work with. I just don't have any tongs sized for this material. I need to do that. That's my spring goal. If I were to have a spring goal, it's going to be making a 1/4 inch, probably 1/8 inch, 1/4 inch, like 3/16, I'll probably do it from 1/8 inch all the way up to 1/2 inch and get a nice good set for that whole range. Not that I use those sizes very often. I got dust all over me. Not that I use those sizes very often, but it's part of the reason is I don't have a good way of holding it sometimes, so I'm just like, eh. Oh yeah, much better, much better. I'll switch so I don't forget. What I'll do now is I'll just round it up and see if there's any major thin spots that I need to fix. And then tomorrow, at some point, I'll drill this thing out and then finish that other hook that I started earlier so that I can mount it properly. And then I think what I'm going to do at some point, I'm not saying it's going to be right away, but I think what I'm going to do at some point is draw up an idea, a plan, and then try to stream completing that project, maybe some tongs or something. We'll see. That way, there's a project and I'm doing it, and then hopefully you can see the end result. Yeah, that taper looks pretty even, so I don't think, at least at that point, I don't see anything that needs to be fixed. So I'm going to move it down. I got a good front fire, but the back end of the fire is not so sexy. All right, you can even see it there. So this back half is really not, it's not caught up yet. You know, I'm just rounding, so I don't need this bleeding, screaming hot. Yeah. I like it. I like it. Yeah, it's not getting hot where I want it. That'll do though. No, it won't. Switching back. All right. Making sure I'm on the right camera. All right, I need a little pigtail, or rat's tail, or whatever people call them. Yeah, don't really care for it, but it ain't terrible. Ain't great neither. Ain't great neither. It's okay. It's mine. It's not leaving. Well, I don't say that, but it's not technically leaving the shop, so. I wonder on the stainless how it takes to being quenched on the end. We'll find out. Oh, that didn't sound good. like that better. Now I just put a little back bend in it and call that done. See how it hangs. I like it. Yeah, like I don't know if old Wombat Tom is still about, but a project like that definitely it doesn't take long really if you just focus on doing it, and your fire doesn't suck. My fire kind of sucks right now. It really needs to be completely cleaned out. I'm using a type of coal that I don't normally work with, and I'm not impressed with it at all. I know guys that use it, but I feel sorry for them using this junk. It just seems like it creates more clinker than anything else. I mean, like this part of my fire pot's completely dead. See if I can get some of this under there. Yeah, not at all what I wanted. But it'll have to do. And then the hook is not in line, so I wanna fix that somehow if I can get it hot. Good Lord. I wish you guys could see how terrible this fire is, because it's pretty bad. Right on. Yeah, this fire is poopy. I thought I was going to go buy some more of that anthracite. I think the answer to that is going to be a hard no. I do not like it. I just don't like it. Oh, come on now. Man, that stuff is hard to bend when it gets cold. Jesus. All right. So that's good Lord. What am I looking for in a good fire? Well, I'll show you in a second. So this is the hook end. Not great, not terrible, but it'll hang, right? It'll hook. And then that's the cigar lighting end. Get that, you put that in the fire, get it hot, and it's big enough to light a cigar. And I made it out of stainless because it doesn't scale up as bad as it like regular steel does, especially if you forget that it's in the fire. So I'm gonna put this over, here so I don't inadvertently grab it while it's hot. And it hangs nicely on my tool tray. And as far as what I'm looking for in a fire, couple things, and you can't really see this, and I don't have a good way of showing you, unfortunately, but the fire pot is here, right? I want to see a nice, even fire all the way around. I don't want to look down and see black spots. When you got black spots down there, most of the time, that means you've got a big old clinker in there. Other times it could just be that you've got something that hasn't really lit up yet. So in this case, this coal, I got like almost what you would consider a top fire in the center. It's just not, it's not ideal. You want a good even fire all the way around the fire pot, front to back, side to side. And typically would be mounted up a bit more too, but it's not, there's no point in mounting this up because it's just not, it's not lighting. And to be honest, yeah, I'm almost done anyway, so I'm just gonna go ahead and break this down simply because it's just not worth the effort to continue trying to forge anything in it. But yeah, typically you'd want an even fire all the way around your fire pot, front to back, side to side, in the center. And then typically like in coal, you would mound this up a bit. Some guys make mountains. I'm not into that. I try to keep mine mounted up about an inch or two over the lip of the fire pot. And then when I put my material in, I try to keep it level with the fire pot, no diving. A friend of mine in his shop, he's got a sign over the forge that says no diving. And what that means is putting your material in at an angle like this and shoving it down in there. Sometimes that's okay to do if you're trying to do something very specific, but most of the time you do not want to heat your material like that because you're putting it past the neutral zone, and below the neutral zone you get an oxidization zone, and that is what will burn your material up and chew it up really bad. So you don't want to do that typically. Keep it up in the oxygen deprived area where it's burning up before it, you know, it's burning up with the fuel. Yeah, this fire is bad. And it's just because it's mostly clinker in the bottom of that. I'm almost certain of it. And I'm really scraping this very gently, trying to get the top layer of this coal out of there without disturbing the clinker underneath as much. So hopefully I'll have a shot at getting this stuff out whole. The clinker from anthracite also seems different than what I'm used to. In the coke, I can pull out a big giant donut essentially, all one piece. And if you don't know what clinker is, I'll show you. I got plenty over here, but I think we have a solid piece back here. Let me see if I can extract it whole. Yeah, and it's very brittle, but like when we're running coke, we can pull clinkers out like this. And this is basically just all the impurities in the fuel, and this stuff doesn't burn. It kind of turns into like a glassy slag, for lack of better words to describe it. But usually I can pull them out like this all the time and then just shovel some more coke back in and away I go, and it's happy days. But this stuff is not nearly as exciting. And as far as the clinker goes, if you got a gravel driveway, it's great for that, throwing it out there. It's very brittle and it crumbles up nice and it helps pack in. I have a layer of like coal dust and clinker right outside of the door here. It used to be a pretty steep drop and I kind of made it a ramp just by adding that stuff. And it packs down super hard once it finally starts packing down. Yeah, it's kind of like glass. It's not sharp per se, but it's very brittle. Yeah, this pot, I'm not. And this is all, it's actually, the clinker just, I don't know, it almost like disintegrates. It's weird. I don't care for it. And likely, because this is that anthracite that I don't like using, likely what I'm going to do is what I'm about to do right now. And I don't typically do this. I'm going to shovel this crap out of here, throw it in my dustpan, and call it a day. Now, if this was coke or coal, I would not do that. There's a lot of dust in here, a lot of ash. That's the other thing, is anthracite tends to produce a lot of ash. Coal does not like this. It's just a different weird thing. And I get it, if it's what you can get, you know, I understand using it, but where we're at in the Midwest, I'm in Indiana, coal is somewhat readily available to us. I think Thomas and Roy up north in Michigan, it's not as readily available. So I think they're using coke. I don't know, with L-Brand giving up the ghost, I don't know what you guys are doing these days for fuel. You find another supplier or just decide not going to mess with it anymore. Go down to Troy and get a load of coal from Sofa. I don't know. I mean, that might be something we consider talking about at some point, is getting a delivery, a big delivery of coal, and then splitting it up. Yeah, so I'm going to continue cleaning this pot out, getting this crap out of my forge. And I think tomorrow what I'm going to do is take all this anthracite off my table and not use it anymore, because I'm just, you know, I tried to give it a chance. I just don't care for it. I just don't. I did my best to do what I could do to like it, but man, I'm not a fan whatsoever. Coke is my preference. Oh, Roy just bought a ton. Nice. Yeah, I don't know about the use of the ash. I don't know what the content of it is. I don't know enough about that. I know like, you know, regular charcoal ash can be good, but this stuff might be, it might be fine. I don't know. So I'm going to take my forge mop. This is something I like to do when I'm done at the end of the night, by the way. And I wring it out. I do not put a sopping wet rag in my forge. However, I will clean my forge at the end of the night. People think I'm crazy. I do not like coming out to a dirty forge. I don't like it. And what's nice about the mop is it's not dumping water right onto your very hot cast iron, and it collects the dust. And I could fry a sweet egg in this bad boy right now. Oh, I just remembered one of the projects I was going to do. I still need to do it. Who was talking about that? I think they were talking about it on the Sunday morning Island Metal Forge gathering podcasty live stream thing. They were talking about cooking on your forge, and I was like, man, you know, it'd be sweet. I got a bunch of stainless rod to make a grill to go over this, and then I can cook. Maybe maybe make a steak or two, try out a steak flipper. But yeah, I like to have my forge ready to go when I come out in the morning or in the evening or whenever I'm coming out to forge. I don't want to have to clean my fire pot out and start working before I start working. You know, if that makes any sense. So I always try to do this at the end of the night when I break down, clean the pot out nice and good. I mean, it looks brand new right now. It's so clean in there. Got all the dust out of there. Everything's out. It's clean. It's ready to go. So when I come out tomorrow, well, actually, I probably won't forge tomorrow. But when I come out, you know, I just want to be able to light my fire and go. And it's I don't know what happened. Somehow, the cord got unplugged. I don't know what happened. I thought the battery had died. Somehow the actual, the cord died or got unplugged. Somehow, I'm not sure what happened there. I thought the batteries had died, but when I looked at the batteries, they were fine, which makes sense because I can usually get about, I don't know, 5 hours out of these batteries. So it was really weird. The cable somehow unplugged. I must not have had it seated all the way originally. It's the only thing I can think. But yeah, it was not completely plugged in, but that is fixed now. Apologies. For a guy that's in a band, you'd think he'd know how to run audio a little bit better than that. I have a setup that I'm going to eventually bring out here, but not right now. And then all my audio should go through that. And that should actually improve the audio in here significantly because I'm going to run the wireless mic in conjunction with a boom mic to pick up the main room to kind of hopefully make the sound a little fuller and, more exciting. But we'll see. I'm not an audio engineer, nor am I a videographer or a cinematographer or whatever they're called. I'm just a dude that has a couple of decent cameras and has decided to. Yes, I am also in a band. The band is called Devil to Pay, not Devil to Pay. Devil to Pay, kind of like Hell to Pay. I want to say we got the name from like a Johnny Cash thing or something, or somebody thought it was cool. It's like it's an old saying, I guess. I don't know the history on that part of it. I didn't care. But yeah, we've been around, God, at this point, 20 plus years. We've got 6 studio albums, I think, 5 or 6. We're actually just now kind of getting back into the swing of things. We had COVID obviously became a problem, especially when it first dropped, and everybody was freaking out. So that was an issue. And then our singer, his dad and his mom both passed away in that time frame. And then our drummer and bass player left the band. And we just kind of, me and the singer, he's the other guitar player as well. The two of us just kind of laid low for a while, figuring out what exactly we wanted to do. He's in a couple of other bands anyway, so it allowed him to focus on that. But then we've gotten to a point where we're ready to, I think we've got a couple of shows booked at this point, 1 or 2, I don't know. I know we got something in August, and usually when we do one thing, it takes us a while to get to, we'll book other things. So we'll be in Frederick, Maryland in, I think, August. So we'll probably book some shows around that. Hopefully a couple of shows before that so that we have, ample time to dust the rust off. And then, yeah. And we're on Spotify, and we're on, the major streaming things. You can look us up on YouTube, though we don't leverage the metadata very well. So sometimes the searches, you get a lot of other crap, so you kind of got to go digging. But we have a YouTube channel, I believe it's just Devil to Pay. I have to watch how I say that because people think I'm talking about a toupee, and that is not us. But yeah, we've been around a minute, and we used to tour quite extensively for a bunch of old guys. Yeah, I don't know. I want to say, actually, let me pull it up. Oh, bedtime mode. Let me pull it up, and I will I will show the camera. Do, 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 do. I do know, there we go. That's our official YouTube page that we run, and then I don't know, there's videos and such on there. And then there's a Devil to Pay topic that I found once on here, and it's got like 4 of our albums on there. I don't know who put that out there. But we've got some actual, you know, legit videos that we've done. And then we've got live footage of stuff. Used to be and a couple of other bands that have videos out there as well, but none of those are really worth calling out, in my opinion. Oh, there's a movie called The Devil to Pay. Yeah, and then there's the latest from Devil to Pay topic. So you can go, I think. Let me click on that and see what happens. I didn't want to do that. Yeah, there's a topic, and on there, I have 2 subscribers. That's kind of funny. I might be one of them. But it's got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of our albums are on there. I was actually not on these 2 albums. I joined the band after these were done. I joined on the 3rd album. And then there's another album there. And then so I think we have 5 studio albums, technically. 5 or 6, I forget. It's so much. You know what's really funny is trying to remember songs that you helped write because you haven't played them in so long. But yeah, we're on Ripple Music is our label, and we've got a lot of decent bands, I think, on our label. I think we were one of the very beginning bands. In fact, we actually had a big band meeting about joining that label. We weren't sure we wanted to do it, but everything about those dudes have been really awesome, and I'm glad we did because they've been a great help to us, and they've grown significantly. So there's some good bands on that label. So if you ever get a chance, look up Ripple Music, and you'll find some pretty cool bands. I think they're cool. Some people would call us metal. I don't necessarily think we're a metal band. Definitely hard rock with leanings and influences from metal. And we're not really stoner rock, but some people will put us in that category. Maybe we're stoner metal. I don't know. I don't know why people use that term. I mean, I'm not. This is kind of funny. I'm in a quote-unquote stoner rock band, and I'm not even a stoner. What was the band name again? It's Devil to Pay, and I'll put that in here. And I would say, oh, I'm glad you like the music, man. I would say we are like a cross between, Wombat. So anybody on Twitch would be able to see that, but well, I don't know that any Facebook people are even left, but the YouTube folks probably wouldn't have seen that. The only YouTube people I actually see on right now are Thomas and Paul. Paul, he's aware. But yeah, we got some stuff coming up in August, I think, in Frederick, Maryland. And then we'll probably book shows around that. We'll probably do some shows before that. And then I'm hoping if things work out as well as we want them to, like them to, we will book more stuff for next year too. All right, this year, breaking in new band members, we're probably going to take it a little easy And then we will go a little heavier. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We're all old dudes, man. I turned 50 this year, so. Somebody was like, "Hey, are you gonna dye your beard?" I was like, "No, I had this stupid gray beard when we were touring." And appreciate the subscribes, man. It's awesome. 63, yeah. I mean, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. It's only 13 years, man. At our age, 13 years ain't nothing. It's like when I hit 35, I think it was like, man, years are starting to just, it's like, where are they going? Going quick. Anyways, that's, forging wise, that's all I got. I'll talk and I'll watch the chat stuff, but I'm going to start breaking down some of this gear while we're doing all that. Gives me somebody to talk to while I'm breaking down stuff that I don't need for the stream. Which is always cool. Nothing like hanging out when you were tearing down and there's just you and the coyotes and the shop cat that doesn't want to be seen. I hear it every once in a while somewhere. I think what it does is it comes by to see if I'm still in here. It's like, damn it, that dude's still in there? Ah. Yeah, so I'm just already looking around the shop and some of the stuff that I've had out. Everything's covered in dust right now. I mean, it's not a big deal to blow it off, but I don't want that crap on my lenses, so I'm gonna have to get filters for all the lenses. You have a long ways to go. Yeah, it's man, I tell you what, when the years start clicking away like they're months, man, it gets weird. It gets weird. Honestly, I don't really notice too much. Thanks. Yeah, the shop has been a work in progress for the last 2 years. We bought this place 2 years ago, and then Paul and I we'll take like a day or two, and we'll go through here and just like clean everything up, and it looks really good, and then we'll come up with some other project, and then rip it all apart. I'll rip it all apart again, and then we go through that like back and forth. The forging area is relatively clean at this point. There's some stuff that still needs to get cleaned up, but it's a lot better than it used to be. When we installed the power hammer, the 250-pound power hammer, that created a lot of chaos in here. I mean, the shop was never clean, and the shop will probably never be clean. But when we did the power hammer, man, it was, I mean, yeah, we created a ginormous mess. But it was worth it. It was definitely worth it. Hanging my tools up here so I know where they're at. They're not on the table. No. That looks good. Don't need to do anything there. This camera needs to be pulled apart. Get that out of the way. Yeah, it's a cycle. Gonna hit the silks. Well, have a good night. Don't let those bed bugs bite. I'm trying to scroll back up to read anything I might have missed. Hey, Derek. Oh, it's midnight. Oh, Derek was a long time ago. I missed it. Somehow I accidentally scrolled way up. Lathe turning? Well, hell yeah. Is it wood or are you doing metal? Resin. Do you do that on a wood lathe, or? I'm assuming you could do that on a wood lathe. I don't know though. I've never turned anything in wood. or on a wood lathe. I think that would be cool though. Okay, I don't need these guys in the way. This camera can be turned off. I got several metal lathes in the shop. If I can get this damn thing off. I got several of those in the shop. And I thought about, I've seen guys turn wood on them before, so I thought about trying that, but I haven't done it yet. I'll move the cat food. Oh, crap, I stuck up here. Throw that over there. I gotta go get this case because I forgot to get the case when I was over here. Big dummy. Yeah. There we go. So, I'm about to walk right off camera. Look at that. Hell yeah. Professional. I need one of those automated gimbals that follow me around. That'd be funny. Yeah, and my alarm clock is, it's like angry. It gets mad at me. Put the camera away. And put the lens away. And then I can do this, get this guy out of the way. I really like, I think they're called the Arca Swiss mounts or Swiss Arca mounts, I forget. Anyways, this mounting tech style, I really like it. Very secure, it's basically a dovetail. Got away from the old school crappy camera mounts. I just didn't really, I don't know, I just didn't like them. And then I discovered those and I was like, man, these are pretty sweet. These are pretty sweet. So if you're ever looking for a good tripod mount, make sure you look for the, I think it's Arca Swiss or Swiss Arca, something like that. Yeah, don't get ahead of ourselves. I'm not cleaning. I'm picking up my camera gear, and that is about it. Clean? No, this shop will never, I can almost fully tell you without any hesitation that this shop will never be clean. Clean-ish, maybe. I'd like to get it to a state where, you know, things live in a relatively normal location where they belong. I'm slowly getting there. Slowly, very slowly. Very slowly getting there, but I got a long ways to go. I mean, what's really funny is there's certain areas of the shop that I just don't really utilize. So they tend to really collect messes. And then the stuff where I tend to do the most work, where I enjoy doing things, I try to keep it relatively clean. Yeah, I hear you on the cleaning there, the Army. Yeah, it would take an army of maids to help clean this place up too. They'd probably all quit within the hour. But I try to keep, I know it's not clean, but I try to keep it relatively organized and orderly so that when I want to forge, I don't have to shuffle a big mess around to do it. You know, so I've always tried to make it a point to keep that relatively calm, for what it's worth. But yeah, I mean, if there's a horizontal surface in this shop, I can guarantee you there's stuff sitting on it. Like right there, 3 feet away from the camera here, 3 feet away, there's an anvil and there's a box of junk on it. it's a horizontal surface, and there's a box of junk on it. You know, my TV tray, it's not nearly, I mean, I don't know how well you guys can even see it, but it's not, it's not as organized as it could be, but it's not that bad. And I've been slowly cleaning it up and getting it somewhat back into shape. I've been in a few really good looking shops. I think that's a discipline that you have to develop it at a young age to have it going forward. Like, it needs to be something that, you know, you've been exposed to, which I was not. Or you have to be very disciplined in your own workings to get something somewhere and keep it that way and be very tidy about it. And that's, again, not a strong suit for me. I have no shame in my game, man. I have no shame. It does not affect me in that way, so I'm not too, you know, concerned with it. Somebody said something one time, I don't remember where we were at, and I remember thinking to myself, well, you know what, if you ever come to my shop and say that shit, you can just walk your ass right on out. You don't like it, you don't have to be here. I'm not forcing you to be in my shop. You don't, you know. You know what's really funny about my shop and my buddy Paul is he tends to know where things are in here better than I do half the time. Kind of cracks me up. I'll walk around here and look for something and be like, man, where the hell's Paul? I bet you Paul knows where this is. So I think I got that stuff. I got this stuff. So I don't need, so everything that's left here is still being used currently, so I can pick up these cords. I would definitely say the shop has some character, and it, like I said, I mean, it's this quadrant of the shop, if you want to call it that, let's section off in like 20 by 20 quadrants. This quadrant of the shop is relatively organized. If I were to take you guys, which I can't, unfortunately, because I had to have cords and everything. If I were to take you guys back that way to the other end of the shop or over there, it is chaos city. But this section, and to a degree my machining area where my lathes are set up, are not that bad. Paul said it's a fault mentally inventorying where everything is. Dude, I hear you. I mean, there's some things where it's like, for whatever reason, I know like exactly where it's at. And then there's a lot of things where I'm like, shit, I don't know. I was like, I know I have that thing, but beats me. If you ask me where my vise is, I know, boom, boom. You know, I know the things that I find important to me, not that the other stuff in the shop's not important to me, the things that I really cherish using and doing and working with, I tend to know where most of that is. The forge area, like I said, is kind of in disarray. We did a lot of stuff over the summer, and then I hadn't gotten everything put back up, and then we started tearing everything out of the forge area to install the big hammer. We had to dig a big hole, so we had to be able to get through here. So then things just got scattered to the four winds. So right now it feels like I'm constantly looking for stuff that I should know where it's at, but I'm slowly getting things back into order. You know, I've got most of my main tools back on the forge where they belong. I've got most of my tongs out that I use on a regular basis. Like I said, my TV tool tray is mostly in okay shape. I mean, I've got a pile up there I need to clean off. That was actually, I started that pile cleaning something else off, and then I put that there to figure out where I wanted to put it. And that is kind of one of the things that gets me into trouble, because then I'll head off and start doing something else. And then I'll be like, oh yeah, I've got this giant mess that I created. I need to clean it up. I have 2 forges in the shop, and one of them is currently covered in tools and stuff that need to get picked up and put away. But you know, it's like anything else. You know, you come out and there's like other things you would rather do than that, and that's what happens a lot of times. Paul knows this, and he comes over and he's like, "Oh, well, what do you want to work on?" And I'm like, "Anything but actual work, you know, forging stuff." But you know, sometimes you gotta. Sometimes I have to force myself to do the things that I would rather not do when he comes over, because it's a helping hand that I wouldn't normally have anyways. It's like nothing in here. I can't not do anything on my own in here. And I did that on purpose. A lot of the stuff that I do in here, I've always wanted to be able to be self-sufficient inside the shop if I needed to be. And I think I've done a pretty good job of that. I mean, there's a couple of things where I would probably still need a little help, but I mean, for the most part, unless I'm having, other than moving something, I don't think at this point I really need help with things. But that's not to say it's not appreciated or unwanted or anything like that. It's just, I got to a point, you know, and that was always one of the things I wanted to be able to do. Like, you know, why people ask, why do I have 2 power hammers at the time? You know, well, I have 2 power hammers because it allows me to work between them without swapping dies all the time. You know, I can have one set up. Now I've got the 250, so I don't necessarily think I need 2 tire hammers in a 250, but I'm not going to get rid of them, not yet anyways. But we'll see how things pan out, you know, and I've got the press. So these tools allow me to do a lot of things that normally I would have to have a striker to hear, you know, somebody swinging a sledgehammer here to do. And Paul will tell you, I would much rather work with a striker than do these things into the power hammer, because I feel like I have way more control over it. I think the end product, you can do things with a striker that it's not that you can't do them under a power hammer, but even with some of the more traditional tools, you can't really do them with a power hammer. You're gonna have to create tools to do it. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but you know, and I probably will have to do that at some point. I like the aesthetics of a hand, you know, forged tool. You know, something you and a striker have done. And it's fun, you know. I mean, what's more fun than swinging a 15-pound sledgehammer next to one of your buddy's heads? Psh, that's like it, man. That's great. It keeps each other a little civil too. You don't want to piss somebody off who's swinging a sledgehammer next to your head. But no, the power hammers though, I think are a big bit. You know, when I bought my first metal lathe, the reason I bought it is I thought, man, it'd be pretty sweet to forge something and then, you know, true it up or tune it up or do things on the lathe with it. And then I started liking doing that, you know, working on stuff on the machining end. And once we finished wiring up the other 2 lathes and then getting the mill moved and everything, I want to dive into that a little bit more and learn more about that world. I don't know nearly enough. I'm a bull in a china shop when it comes to machine. Well, I'm a bull in a china shop anyways, but I'm one of those people, I don't think I can do anything, but I'm not afraid to try anything, if that makes any sense. You know, like, I don't think I can do anything. I don't have that mindset. I know some people do, but I'm not afraid to try anything. You know, I'll try it. Generally for me, it comes down to interest. If I don't have any interest in that, I just don't. I don't even bother. Like, when it comes to plumbing stuff, yeah, sure, it's cheap. I guess it could be cheaper to do it yourself, but I have zero desire to muck about, you know, in something up to my knees in shit. I just don't. I'd rather pay somebody to do that. When it comes to electrical stuff, there's some things electrical wise that I don't have a problem doing, and there's other things where I'm like, nope, I'll hire a guy for that shit. I ain't doing it. You know, once you exceed a few thousand volts, I'm out. No, thank you. I don't even want to be next to that, man. I've seen those safety videos. I've seen the end results of some of that stuff. No, thank you. You know, I don't have a problem with heights, but at the same time, once it gets to a certain point, I'm like, you know, I could pay somebody else to do that, and they'd probably be far more comfortable up there than me. I'm okay with that. When it comes to forging stuff, this is another thing, right? So I have a lot of friends who will forge things. And there's nothing wrong with the forging itself. I mean, like it does the thing it's supposed to do. But when I look at it, I think to myself, man, there's no way I would put that on a table and try to sell it. And that's a fault of my own. That's something I need to get past. But that's a thing I strive to get better at. Every time I forge something, I always want to try to make it better. It's the same with music. Like when we record stuff in the studio, I don't typically, once we say that's good, you know, like I typically have to have somebody there to say, hey, that's good, dude. Otherwise, I will pound away at it until, and I don't know that I would ever be satisfied. So I have to have somebody say, hey, we're good. We got it. And then once we got it, I don't typically go back and listen to it because I'll hear things that just make me cringe and go, oh, why did I do that? Same with the forging. I'll look at stuff and go, woo, what was I thinking when I did that? Like this horse, it's not bad. Ain't great neither. And I can show you, like, I mean, overall, it's not bad. Man, this lighting is terrible. It's not bad, but you see how far in this goes? Right there? That's too much. Way too much. And every time I look at this thing, it makes me cringe. And the reason I left it up on my forge table is a reminder, because I recently discovered, a friend of mine, Ed Brazil, was telling me about that. And I never really even considered and looked at it. I've never considered that set down when I'm forging. I mean, I've always done it, but I've never paid attention to it. And sometimes I get them right, and sometimes I go too far. But now that I know, I pay more attention to it, and then I keep this up here as a reminder until I get it drilled into my brain not to over forge that, because it's easy to do, very easy to do. And yeah, it looks, now that I see it, I can't unsee it, but ultimately it's fine. It's fine. There's nothing too terrible about it. I mean, well, this one has got some issues. I mean, the main is, the spacing on it is way off. I think this is the guy I clipped his nose off. Yep. So I would never try to sell this to somebody. This is not up to my standards. But, can you guys hear that? But yeah, I wouldn't try to sell that. I'm going to try to open the door, see if you can, let me know if you guys can hear that. I might scare them off. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. They're a hooting and a hollering over there. Sounds like they're across the river. Coyotes. Yeah, if I had the boom mic, it would definitely pick them up a lot better. I'm surprised it picked up on this. Yeah, it's the coyotes. They're across the river right now. It sounds like, anyways. They're either across the river or way down on another field from here. Last week, I think it was, or maybe 2 weeks ago, they were essentially right in our yard. Um, got I got 20 some acres here, but about 5 to 6 acres is on this side, the living side of the river, and then the rest of our acreage is on the other side of the river. So you have to cross the river to get to it, and there's no road access. But it sounds to me like they're across the river right now, which would make sense because the rivers dropped significantly, so it'd be easy for them to cross. Whereas a few weeks ago, if they were on this side, it would have been a lot more difficult for them to get across. When the ice broke, there was no easy way for them to get across. When it was iced up, I even saw their tracks where they were walking across the river when it was frozen. And they're not they're not people, dogs. They're not into the people, so they don't really, it's easy to scare them off. Actually, our little dog, we have to be careful with him because he'll try to chase them, and it is not uncommon for coyotes to lull a dog back to the pack that way, and then they'll pounce on them. Koalas. So are you in Australia or something like that? I could imagine. I don't know that I've ever heard a koala before. Like, I don't know that even on TV, I don't know that I've ever heard one. The only animal I can remember, well, I mean, there was, the Tasmanian devils or whatever, if that was even what it was. And then sugar gliders. Those things make some crazy noises. Yeah, we had sugar gliders at one point, and those things they sound like they sounded like little demons. That's the only way I could describe it. It was just like little demons. It's sad we are going into their area of hunting and they are being blamed for being bad. Are you talking about koalas or coyotes? I guess you could say both. I don't know what the hell a koala even eats. Do they hunt? I don't know. Yeah, so I will say one thing about sugar gliders. You don't want just one. They're a very social animal, so it's better to have like 3 or 4, or, even 2 would be better than one. One, they get lonely and stressed out and can actually like because we had this happen. We had one die. We had 2, and then one died. We don't know what happened, and then like within 2 weeks, the other one died. It just wouldn't eat or drink, or I mean, it basically just kind of gave up on life. It was weird. Yeah, now see, I'm gonna have to pull up some videos of koalas because I want I want to hear these things now. Um, yeah, the coyotes around here, they got this weird yelpy, whelping kind of cry. They'll howl too, similar to a wolf, but it's a very high pitched howl in comparison. Wolves typically have a really low, deep, guttural voice, and when they howl and things, we don't have wolves around here, so not that I know of. I think the most dangerous thing around here is the rednecks. we got a couple of neighbors, man. I swear to God, those guys, they shoot up they have to shoot a couple $100 worth of ammo every weekend. Like we had a dude, and it sounded like that dude was cranking off 50 caliber rounds. That dude was shooting like all day, like way into the middle of the night. He was shooting. I was like, okay, somebody got themselves a new gun, and they're just having a good old time. I don't know what it was he was shooting, but he was either really close or that thing had some serious power to it because it was loud. The dogs were not fans. But yeah, as far as like, we don't have a lot of predatory animals in Indiana that I'm aware of. I think coyotes, um, I've heard rumors of bobcats. Um, we've had like bear or a couple of bear sightings way down south. And those are black bears, I think. So they're not really. They're more into just chill. They're the chill bear. Trying to think of anything else that I mean, I can't think of anything really. Nothing a human being would need to worry about, anyways. Now we got like owls and hawks and eagles, but and then I mean, like even the snakes up around here are not really much to worry about. Where I grew up in Texas, we had rattlesnakes and cottonmouths and all the fun stuff. It was exciting. And then I think the most fearsome things around here, to be honest, for people are um, spiders. Man, they got the brown recluse spiders around here. Those things are nasty, and I think we get black widows too. Those things can be nasty. Um, but the brown recluse, man, those dudes, they like eat your flesh away. The poison, it's crazy. Seen some pictures of some people, and it's like, whoa, all right, that's a kill on sight bug if I ever saw one. Yeah, that's one of the things. Like when I watch videos of Australia, I always laugh because I'm like, what is in Australia that isn't trying to kill you? The brown widow, yeah. Yeah, dude, that's like everything. Dingoes, spiders, crocs, jellyfish, fish, and sharks. It's like everything. It's like I have a friend of mine, he was on the stream earlier. He lives down in Brazil. It's the same thing down there, man. It's like everything down there is like trying to kill you and eat you. It's crazy. Or if you look at the plant wrong, it'll poison you. Got all the crazy poison plants and shit. It's wild, man. Well, we've got some stuff. We got some plant life here that can be. I don't want to say to kill you, but man, we got some. There's some nasty stuff out there. I was in jeans walking around in the woods back there and got into a patch of stinging nettles. I think is what they're called. Man, and they were getting me through my jeans. I was like, holy crap, I'm getting out of here. We get briar patches with these nasty thorns on them. We get some other kind of tree that grows. I mean, the thorns on those things are like that. In fact, I stabbed myself on one last week, I think it was, and it's still like I press on it, it still hurts. I'm starting to wonder if I didn't accidentally leave a chunk of it. Actually, it's bulged out. So I think I have a chunk of it in my hand still. That's exciting. But yeah, it stabbed me. But yeah, that thorn was like that long. I was like, what in the hell is this thing? Yeah, spiders are brutal, man. They can be, and I think it's because of their size too. Like, they're hard to see sometimes. You put your hand somewhere where it could be, and then next thing you know, you've got minutes to live. I don't know. That's not really a big thing here in terms of spider bites, but they can still be pretty nasty. And then snakes, like I said, I think there's a very limited number of poisonous snakes in this area. We do have a very rare rattlesnake up in my area, but they're endangered, and I don't know that, and they're like very reclusive. So even if there was one hanging about, you likely would not see it. It'd probably be gone before you know. They're not like, it's a rattlesnake, but it's not like, I forget what it's called, Mississauga or something like that. I forget, but they're not like like a timber rattler or anything like that, which can be very territorial snakes. When you come across them, they will let you know that you're not welcome. Give you a heavy dosage of bring it on. So, yeah. Close this. I haven't finished parting out and setting up this particular case, and I'm knocking everything off of the striking anvil that I'm putting it on. It's not closing very well. What's going on? There we go. I need to finish setting this case up. The other one is pretty much set up, works great. I dig it. I dig it. It's funny you say that about being like in the suburbs and around cities. And I was laughing one time, was looking at a map of Australia. I was trying to figure out where a buddy of mine was at in relation to the continent itself. And I got a good laugh because I was like, you guys really didn't move into Australia proper. You just pretty much stayed on the coastlines, huh? He was like, yeah, everything inside, it's either dead or trying to kill you. It's like, okay. I mean, clearly there were towns and roads, but I mean, it was like, it looked like there was like no major cities whatsoever. It just was like, people were like, nope, not going there. We got this section cleared out. We're good. Leave that to those crazy people that want to pretend that they're out adventuring. Yeah, that kind of got a good laugh. It was like, it reminded me of Western United States, and there's areas in the West where it's like, you better make sure you get gas when you see a gas station, because it could be 8 hours before you see another one. So I'm going to light this thing up. This is my pre-bedtime smoke. And then I'm going to tear down the rest of this stuff and call it a day. Before I do that though, I need to get some cat food out, because Shop Kitty is about plowed through its current bowl of food. Where in the hell? I had a little cup. That's okay. I'll just use the bowl. But, you know, like with any other cat, if it sees the bottom of its bowl, even if there's food still in here, the bowl is empty. Looks like I'm gonna have to go buy some more cat food too. But I discovered shop cat several weeks ago now. And I thought, oh, I'll just keep some food out. It was really cold too when I noticed it. So it's like, oh, I'll make sure it's got some food. Like I said, we got a river, so it's got plenty of access to water. But I welcome the cat. I've never seen it in person. Every once in a while, I think I hear it. I've seen it. I've got a security camera in here, so I've seen it on camera. And I welcome a shop cat because it helps keep down rodents and things like that. Speaking of rodents, I had a squirrel up on my forge. I know this because it left me a nut. So there's a squirrel in the shop, and it likes to do that. Like, I don't know that it's actually leaving me the nuts, but it'll leave nuts in just very weird places. Like sometimes there'll be one on the anvil. Sometimes there was one, like today I found one up on the forge. I've I had just in the most random of places too, and it's not like they're trying to hide them. So like if I found it like in a drawer or something, you know, that they've figured out how to get into, that would make sense. You know, they're hiding their stash, but these are like just laid out. Like, hey, dude, here's our offering. Paying rent for the month. Here we go. Oh yeah, I've already found a collection of nuts before. There was a bag in here when we first bought this place, and it had like corn cobs in it. And I didn't really think much of it. And I took the bag and I moved it somewhere, and then I picked it up again to move it, and I was like, I don't remember this bag being this heavy. And then I looked in there, man, and there must have been 5 pounds of walnuts in that thing. Oh yeah, I've got a fake outhouse next to the shop, and it's just, I mean, God, it must be a foot high of like just nutshells. There's a squirrel that lives in there somewhere, and he just that dude, he he is living large. Yeah, we find them anytime we clean up. We'll find nuts all over the place. I got a couple hundred walnut trees on this side of the river that the original owners planted years ago. And then this year, we're in 2023. Seems like we got a lot of nuts this last season. A lot more than when we first moved here. I was like, wow, it seems like the squirrels were able to keep up with the production of the walnuts. This year there was an overabundance, and I mean they're just everywhere. I suspect throughout the summer they'll manage to clean them up because they'll still be around. But it was pretty interesting. In my truck, my red truck, which is not the truck I drive very often, it's on this side of the shop, just sitting out, in the field. Underneath the toolbox, there was a pile of walnut shells under there. So somebody, one of the squirrels was using the truck and then putting his stuff in there. So I saw that, and so I moved because it was over by the walnut trees, and it was getting pelted by walnuts too. But when I found that, I was like, okay, I moved it out more into the middle of the field so they're less likely to try to use it as a house. And then I'll probably, here in a few days, we'll see. I'll probably move it again, just kind of move it around. Plus, I'm going to keep it started every once in a while. I might drive it around. I need to clean it though, but we'll see. I don't think there's anything else I need to clean up. I just need to put this camera away and put this, oh, the cords. I forgot about the cords. Oh, it's because I didn't want to have to bend over. That's what it was. I'm really looking forward to when it warms up a bit, because I got a couple of cables, HDMI cables, long ones that are just, I got, you know, they never got warm enough to loosen up and get the spiral or the, you know, the wraps out of them. And I like to get them straight because they were coiled up real small. And it just has not been warm enough in here for that to really happen the way I'd like it to. But I think that's it. So I'm gonna end this so I can pack up the rest of the stuff and then go warm up, because my toes are getting cold and I don't like having cold toes. So I will catch you guys probably next week, or I might do something again this week. I got to do the 15-minute railroad spike challenge. I don't know if Paul was around when I did that. I'll whip it out again real quick. Oh, and you can always watch this later. But in 15 minutes, I took a 6-inch bar of 5/8 square, because I don't have railroad spikes here, or at least I can't find any. So I took this was originally 6 inches. It is now 21 and an eighth, I think was the final number that I got to. 21 and an eighth, that sounds right. So I'm not lying. So it was originally 6 inches. It is now 21 and an eighth, yeah. Or if you don't count the nub, it would be just 21. 21 and an eighth, yeah. So I drew that out approximately, what, 15 inches? 15 and an eighth. And I wasn't moving overly, I wasn't exerting myself. I got some twisting here, something I should work on, but I wasn't exerting myself. I did some cleanup that I normally would not, because they were like, oh, you got to clean up, you got to make a nice taper, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I don't know about all that, but hey, whatever. I don't mind doing that. I could have done that with this probably too. I still had, when I stopped, there was plenty of heat here, I think, when I didn't stop, but I kind of just stopped working on it. You know, I probably could have cleaned that up. But anyways, that's that. I tried to do it without exerting myself much. So I don't know, like in terms of what other folks have gotten to, I don't know where that stands. I've seen like 14 or something, and maybe a 15 in there. I don't know. So, but like I said, I wasn't exerting myself. I wasn't moving overly fast. I wasn't very happy with this fire. So when I do it again, when I get a railroad spike to actually do it with, I will likely use coke instead of the anthracite. I'm just going to take this crap off of my table. I was not thrilled with how it performed tonight at all. So I'm just going to get rid of that and then just go back to the Coke. But for the challenge, yeah, I will definitely be getting after it a bit more. I think I might get a little winded. Yeah, that'd be cool. 'Cause I'm planning to come out to Kurt's tomorrow, so yeah, a couple of spikes would be sweet. So I did it with the 5/8, but I just felt like that was not an honest attempt because the railroad spike's got the head on it. You gotta work around that thing with tongs. So I felt like that wasn't an honest attempt. But I'm fairly confident I'll still come ahead on that little adventure. And really, I mean, like I said, I did things. I'll still do them, but I mean, if you're just trying to draw out material, that cleaning up stuff I would not do. I would not waste time with that. It's just not. It's not conducive to completing the task. There was something about having a clean, even taper on it. My problem with that is very subjective, right? How do you define what that means? It's easily argued, and if you want to create in the spirit of a true competition, you really need to define the terms of what's the definition of all of these things, because a clean, even taper, I've seen some people's work, and let me tell you, what they consider a clean, even taper is not what I would consider a clean, even taper. Just saying. So it's very subjective. That very well could be a clean, even taper to somebody else, but it wouldn't be to me. Like I joked with Paul before, it was like, it's a good thing I'm not actually an Urbana curriculum instructor, because I would have a hard time passing a lot of the things that I've seen just based off of, dinged up work, with lots of hammer marks in it and creases and unplanished tools and things like that. I'd just be like, really? This is what this is what you've brought. Okay. But yeah, I'm going to call it a night. Thanks for sticking around. I'll catch you guys definitely next week. My goal is to try to do this every Wednesday at 8. That seems to work at least for my schedule. And I haven't noticed too many other people doing it at that time. So I don't feel like I'm muscling in on somebody else's stream time. I don't want to be that dude. I mean, I get it. There's lots of people out there doing things, so you can't please them all. But at the same time, most of the people that I know and or follow don't do it at that time frame, so that works for me. So that's what I'm going to shoot for, I think. And then I just do, from time to time, I just fire it up and go, just for kicks. But I do want to try to do a scheduled stream on Wednesdays at 8 is, I think, what I'm shooting for. And then I have plans at this point to start trying to think about some actual video content to upload to YouTube, that's been edited and things like that. That way I can more clearly show some of the things that I want to show, and then put things out there that I don't necessarily think have been captured well. So we'll see. One of the things I want to do is a TV tray. I want to do one of those and video that, the basic steps of that. But I'm going to wait until after we do our demo in May, and then talk to my buddy Ed and make sure that that's not impeding on anything he might want to do. And we'll go from there. And then I want to do a striking anvil build, and that will probably be coming Out of all the videos, that would be probably one of the first ones, because I have one I need to finish, I have one I want to make, and then there's a young man that wants to do one as well, so we'll probably video some of that while he's working on it. And he'll be like he'll be the primary focus of that video. So anyways, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good night.